Welcome to the Jordan School District Board of Education study session. Today is Tuesday, November 18th. I am Nikki George and am conducting this meeting. Joined with me this evening are all members of the Board of Education, as well as our superintendent, associate superintendent, business administrator, and board attorney. We're so happy to have you with us this evening. We are going to begin with a discussion on the West Jordan City ZAP tax application. So we'll invite Mr. Brian Barnett and Scott Thomas to share with us about this agenda item.
Thank you. In our last facilities committee, this item came up. Scott was approached by West Jordan.
Correct.
And they're going to be building, or they're hoping to build, a rec center. And they were asking for the support of the school district, both verbally and financially. So I was going to have Scott just kind of give us a brief overview of the request, maybe go through some of the documents that we have online,
Sure.
or not online, but on the agenda, and then open up it for questions and discussion.
Perfect. Mr. Barnett, thank you very much. So hopefully you've had a chance to look at the memorandum that was produced from Corbin Lee. He's the one he's our Chief Administrative Officer for West Jordan City, and we've worked with him. He's brought this to our attention, and what's interesting is I have a letter here that was 10 years and 2 days, almost the exact same proposal from West Jordan City, a ZAP tax proposal for a community pool, for a rec center and community pool. So the district, responded back to that 10 years ago and said, "Yep, we'd be happy to join you." And I just thought it was just interesting to pull that letter out of our files.
Was that a county request
It was
on that occasion?
It was, yeah.
I only remember a bond.
It got really big and the voters voted it down.
Yeah,
Be a
for the
huge
bond, but that was a city facility.
We never paid.
Anyway, sorry to interrupt.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, I believe that was, it was a ZAP. It was a ZAP tax, a ZAP program. So Zoos, Arts, and Parks, I think you know a little bit, and I appreciate the questions that have been asked. That's the Zoos, Arts, and Parks Fund. County, I think they collect 1 penny for every $10 that's spent in the county, and it collects an awful lot of money. And so there's a lot of that money goes to, the majority of it goes to special grants within the county, but then a percentage of it goes to the application process for cities to put in for rec centers and parks and things like that. So this is West Jordan's attempt to, they'd like to take the Ronwood Park and they'd like to donate that land. That's part of their application process, and then potentially build a rec center on that. Part of the rec center would include a community pool, a rec pool, and then, there's that option, I guess, to create a lap pool or competition pool. So to beef up their application, it always looks good to have partners as part of that, and they're requesting or asking if Jordan District would like to participate. And basically, I've given them the information that we currently have a running deal with the county that we give them so much money for pools and our participation in that. So they included that in the letter. We also provided some documents that show currently all of our schools have a place to swim. We have 2 schools at Kearns Oker Park, one of those being Bingham. We anticipate that Bingham will be moving to the South Jordan pool next year. It's supposed to be open for next swimming season. And then we have Riverton that currently goes to Draper. We have Harriman and Mountain Ridge that go to J.L. Sorensen, and West Jordan goes to Gene Fulmer. So I guess in a nutshell, what we'd be looking at is, I also want to bring to your attention on the Kearns agreement, there's a 20th anniversary clause. I guess we've been doing that for over 15 years now, that agreement. And on the 20th anniversary, on the effective date, there will be a clause in there where the district would potentially have to participate in any upgrades that they identified at the time as part of that agreement. Now, it doesn't time out until 2035, so there's approximately 10 years left on that agreement. But at 2030, we would potentially have to participate in some upgrades if they were identified, which at 20 years, they most likely would be. So this is a chance. This is kind of a roll of the dice a little bit. I mean, West Jordan is hopeful that they would get the pool. If they did, and the district decided to participate in that, then we would, there would be a commitment there, and you're aware of that dollar amount. And if not, they currently have a place to swim. If they didn't get the, so you've really got three options. One is to lend your support to this project, decline, and we have a place for people to swim. And if West Jordan didn't get the project, then that would just be the end of that until they applied again. Any questions I can answer?
Can I just clarify
Please,
something that you
yeah.
spoke to with the Ochre Park option? So come 2030, if we want to continue using that pool, we will need to expend additional monies for any repairs they identify.
Correct. Yeah.
And I know you can't possibly estimate what those repairs could be, but in your familiarity with pools and upkeep and maintenance, do you have any sense of the max?
I would hope that it
Average that
would
could
be, it says to share equally the cost of any required repairs. The problem is we're not the only ones that use that facility, so I would hope that would be kind of a pro rata share. But if it were something substantial like a new pool boiler or resurfacing or something with the, Dave, I believe, is that a sprung building that's in? Yeah, I mean, if there was, it could be substantial. Could it be in excess of $2 million? Yes, it could be. And at that point,
That's what I'm getting at.
yeah. At that point, could we bail out? We could. I mean, there's an out clause for us if the board decided at that time, we don't want to expend those kind of funds. We could probably get out at that point.
But then we'd have to find another pool if
For one, yeah, for
school,
yeah,
if we, yes.
correct. And I just wanted to also remind you the South Jordan pool, that included 2 teams, and currently we would have Bingham going there unless we decided another high school wanted to participate in that one. So it was up to 2 teams.
South Jordan.
Correct. Yeah.
I had assumed that Riverton might go that way.
Probably. Yeah.
Ask, thank you for the information on which schools are practicing where, but Kearns is outside of our district. So I'm curious what teams are practicing at Kearns, and are we receiving the access that we need, or is there a lot of people trying to get scheduled for this?
So right now, other than the distance for Bingham, I think Copper Hills, from my understanding, everyone's enjoyed it. I personally, from a facility standpoint, I can't recall any issues we've had with this agreement. I guess Brian Veazey might have a little better beat, or maybe Brad, on how that's gone overall. But from my perspective, it's been fine. I believe they're getting what they need.
I think I maybe asked the question poorly. Are there other schools also using Kearns outside of our district?
I believe Kearns High School is.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there are. Yes.
No, there's some from Alpine District coming up to Kearns. It's a big
Kearns as
facility.
well?
It's a huge facility.
It is, but indoor space is more limited. I know
No,
they have a lot
they bubbled
outdoor.
it. They bubble the outside. That's what
They've
we've
got
been.
one bubbled, and then they've got a lap pool inside.
Yeah, we've been using the bubbled portion.
Question.
Yes.
The school district receives funds from the state and other sources. And my understanding is that those funds are meant for educational purposes. And cities, counties receive funds to do the things that cities and counties do, like build rec centers. I'm curious why cities, counties ask school districts to use their funds, their education earmarked funds, to do things like build a park, build a rec center. Does the school district have, as far as you know, Scott, has the school district ever asked cities and counties to help fund things that we spend money on?
Not to my knowledge. Not in my time. John, can you think of any examples of that? we've asked cities or counties for.
To kind of partner with
Yeah.
us on some project that,
I was going to mention crossing guards,
Oh, yeah.
but it's not something we ask for. That's in the law.
Collaborate
SROs.
on safe walk routes with cities.
SROs.
Yeah. School resource officers, where we pay half the cost of a police officer to be in a school, and they pay the other half. So there's a benefit there for them and for us, but it's something we.
I don't know if I'm going to get this term right, but is an increment tax not an ask from a city or a county for us to defer revenue?
That's when the city will ask us to defer our taxes for a certain period of time, where they're asking us for funds.
That's usually quite a big ask, right?
And occasionally, cities will waive like an impact tax for us, right?
Yeah, we've had 2 cities that have waived some impact fees for us. One in exchange for some other amenities that we put in for the city. The other city just hasn't asked for it. I might comment that I think the reason cities view it that way is because of the competition elements of the lanes being added into the lane pool is added cost. So making it a competition level facility rather than just an exercise facility.
Which is what you have in South Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
They can't swim there because they don't have the right kind of lanes.
So other people aren't using the timing system.
Well, they're just not long enough. The lanes are not long enough.
In some districts, they choose to put pools right into their high schools. We choose to partner. Can you talk to me a little about how that shakes out financially? Are we saving money by contributing to rec centers rather than building our own pools?
I would have to take a guess on that because I haven't studied that fully, but I do know from years ago we did have some swimming pools, and those pools were quite costly to maintain. So my guess would be it's much less expensive to partner with a city than it would be to build our own.
So you might remember, I've been very involved in swimming pools over the years, and so we actually went to tour a bunch
You
of
did?
them in Olympus and some of the pools in the Granite School District, Granger, and I recall they said they were breaking even. They didn't make any, they didn't lose any. It's more than a swimming team. So I grew up at Cottonwood High School. We had our own swimming pool. Brad Sorensen's dad taught me how to swim. You know, we used it for classes because it was right there on campus, and it was really, really valuable. We spoke a while ago about how we're losing students to other schools because they have better facilities. We lost Ryan White. Ryan White chose not to swim for Harriman High School. She chose to go to Cottonwood High School because they have a better facility. She won an Olympic medal, and we couldn't celebrate as a Jordan School District student because she chose to go out of our area because we don't have the facilities. And I don't think you spend all that money just for one person, but I see that there's 3 life skills that everyone should have. And number 1 is everyone should know how to swim. Number 2, everyone should know how to run. And number 3, everyone should know how to ride a bike. Those just seem like, sport-wise, like those are the ones that you're going to do the rest of your life. And we don't really have the facilities. I know 2 teams are sharing. My best friend's a swim coach. I just know we've had problems after problems after problems with the rec center and with sharing facilities. And 2 teams at the same time trying to practice. I thought it was interesting. Someone said, we could just share a facility and one coach could coach both teams. Well, that makes a lot of sense. You know, that just doesn't make sense. I want to invest not only in our students, but in our community. And I don't think this is a huge commitment to us. If you're looking at the 45 kids on one swim team, maybe it is. But if you're looking at the bigger picture, that we're partnering with a city and we're trying to make this community a better place, I don't think this is a real big ask.
Dr. Robinson, when you said they were breaking even in Granite,
That's what they told
was that
us.
because they're renting it out to the community
correct.
after hours?
Yeah. Well, I went up to the Wasatch Pool, and they made money the first year, but it's all about how you build it and how you. So I mean, we could look at that. I've been to the Davis Pool. They've actually put an ice hockey rink next to it too. We had some of our contractors actually walk me through that one. I went up to Logan, so I've researched it a lot. You can make money off these, but you have to build it smart. And I'm not asking us to build our own. It would be awesome if we did. We used to have them, like you said, in the middle schools, but they were pretty old and no one would rent those. But I think we'll at least have our kids swim in our district. You know, it's kind of an embarrassment where we don't have the facilities in our own district for our own kids. And if we're going to have a swimming program, we ought to probably have some facilities. That's just my opinion.
I was principal of a middle school where we did have a pool. It was not fun except when we got to kind of hold a, faculty party there every once in a while, but it was a lot of work and it really kind of pulled you away from other things that you would have rather done. But that's because it was not one, like you said, people weren't renting it out or anything like that. It was
I think
older
Olympus
pool.
said they had one person do the whole pool. It was one custodian person, and they would schedule, they would clean.
They did it all, huh?
One person. But we'd have to double check if we were serious into that kind of thing. We would want to double check the statistics on that. But when they rebuilt Skyline and Cypress, they rebuilt brand new pools for them too. So they're committed. They're committed to have swimming as a feature in their district, and so maybe we aren't. Maybe we don't even need swim teams. I don't know.
Curious if those districts look different economically from our district, and do they have?
Yeah, they have less money. Granite I would think, has less money than we do.
I think Davis
Granite
has
a
more of
huge
an
tax
inflow
base
though.
and a declining population.
I don't know. Still comes out of their capital
They're rolling
fund, though,
in it.
right? Doesn't it?
Yeah, that's true.
So I personally am in support of partnering with the city of West Jordan. I feel like there's a possibility that we sign on and West Jordan does not, the county decides not to build a rec center in West Jordan, and we have lost absolutely nothing. And I feel like if the county does decide to use ZAP tax and West Jordan partners with the county to build a rec center, I feel like the $1 million to $2 million for 20 years is reasonable for our students to use the swimming pool. I believe that that athletics are not 100% necessary for our students, yet they do help with our goals, what we want our graduates to be when they graduate, as far as being responsible teammates and resilient lifelong learners. I feel like they learn skills that they will carry with them into the future. Those two specifically, and a lot of other ones to a small degree. And so personally, I support adding our support to West Jordan's proposal there to the county for the ZAP tax and partnering with them.
Thank you. Can I piggyback on your comment? Does it put into question our agreement with Kearns if we were to say yes to supporting this proposal?
I don't believe it does. I mean, our agreement with Kearns is solid until the 2030 date. And then at that point, we evaluate and see where we're at. I mean, you've got a place until 2035, really, for the next 10 years. I don't believe it would put it in question.
But at 2030, it would be okay for us to just pull back and
Correct. Yeah,
We have space for all 6 of our high schools,
correct.
even if we canceled the Kearns agreement, because we have South Jordan coming on, which allows for 2 more high schools. So let's just say that hypothetically we cancel the Kearns agreement either by 2030 or sooner.
Correct.
South Jordan facility comes online. We still have room for all 6 of our high schools till 2043. Which
Yeah.
expires, right?
Assuming that 2 teams can use the same facility. That causes a lot of problems. You need to go to a swimming practice. It causes a lot of problems when 2 teams are in the same facility. It really.
But we don't have an option there. We don't have 6 pool. Even if we go with this one, it's not going to solve that problem.
No, I'm not asking it to do it, but you're saying we're fine, and we're not.
I think we're fine. Daryl thinks we're not.
Yeah.
So when I look at the pool use summary attachment, are some of this pool time is happening during the school day? Like I see where it says during class or 4th period. Does that mean that sometimes they're using this?
Is there athletic period? I believe that does happen.
So
It's
my
either
niece is
early
in
morning.
Distance.
has
is
swimming 4th
significant.
period at Gene Fulmer. So they go over for 4th period for swimming. And I think that if there was a rec center in West Jordan, Copper Hills could do something similar.
It
And
looks like they might be. I mean, at
Do they
least
do
it
that? Do they
indicates
do-
it in class time, but I have no idea. I'm embarrassed to say.
okay.
So then I'm curious if Riverton looks like they've got a bit of a journey to their pool compared to the others. I mean, so I'm curious, if they were to go to the South Jordan pool, would that be closer than what is currently?
Certainly it would. And if they went, right now Riverton's paying as they go. So I believe with Riverton and Gene Fulmer, they actually pay for their lanes. The agreements that we have with the county, those contributions that we make, that kind of waives the lane costs. And so those that we don't have an agreement with, those rec centers, they pay for that time in those lanes.
Oh, if the ZAP tax application fails, know whether or not they're still going to try to move ahead, or do they have to get that in?
I believe they have to get that. Yeah, I think that's the main source of funding for the center. And then if they build the center, they build a rec center and all those amenities, and then they put a rec pool in, and then they upgrade to a competition pool, which, we would use a certain amount of the time, 3 hours a day, 3 or 4 months a year, and the rest of the time, residents use it to swim laps.
Or Riverton and West Jordan, they're doing kind of the pay as you go.
Correct. Yeah.
Have we seen that increase significantly over time? Do you know?
Not really. We kind of have a deal with the county where we both provide programs that we don't have facilities for. We give them a going rate for junior jazz, so we give them kind of the standard rate for our gyms, and we haven't increased. Years ago, there was this thought, should we increase those fees? And we kind of got into a back and forth. Well, if you raise this, we'll raise the swimming fee. So we've just kind of held. We're in a holding pattern, so it works. I mean, they're not. Are they a lot? They are, but they're not outrageous. So I think they're within reason.
Unless I did my math wrong, it seems like a better deal to pay as we go
Yeah.
than to
Yeah.
some.
Will Kearns ever turn into an option of pay as you go?
It could. I mean, we could renegotiate. I think if we wanted to do that, I believe they'd still want some money for upgrades. But we could. I mean, at that point, we could say if we timed this out and went to 2035 and we wanted to continue on, we could either renegotiate another payment or pay as you go.
So my concern is if we say no to this, and then we get a larger bill from Kearns in 5 years, then we're paying even more for less convenience.
Potentially, yeah.
Potentially.
Yeah.
So we may not have too much choice in the future of if we're going to spend money on it. It's just who's going to get it and what's the exact
Right.
amount.
Yeah.
So, do board members feel like they need more information, or are you ready to make a decision on this?
What's the possibility of getting a contract for 35 years or 40 years instead of 20?
We could ask the county. When we negotiated with the county on the last pool, they were pretty firm. I think we tried to do that with them, and I think they came back, and I think John recalls those negotiations. They were pretty firm at 20 years. But we could ask. We could re-ask and see if they'd extend that for that amount of money.
Be interested in that, or, does it have to be the amount that's listed, or can we commit to less? Because likely only one high school instead of at South Jordan Rec, which we feasibly could have two, and we're
Yeah.
getting more benefit
Yeah.
for the money we've invested.
We could ask all of those questions. I think what this turns into is the county has kind of set their parameters for contribution. So the city would have to take what we provided, but the county's going to say it has to be at least that. The board could say, we're going to give you whatever we want to the city, for their application. But I think once we involve the county and do a contract with them, they're going to say it's this minimum. It's the $2 million in the 20 years. They were pretty firm on that, John, as I recall. That was.
And then
We did our
there-
very best to get that. I'm sorry.
And then there are there's additional money that would be required to cover the timing, all the equipment that's specific to our competition.
Yeah, those additional fees. I think we pulled that out. There's the starting blocks, the timing equipment. And it was kind of expensive. Timing systems are a lot more than you'd think they are. There were a few things like that we had to cover because we're the primary users of those things. A resident coming in to swim laps just didn't use those, or even little swim teams didn't use the timing equipment. And I believe in the county agreement, if they do have a team come in, like just a rec team for a competition, then they rent that from us. But we used it the majority of the time.
And so I look at this as, do we want to continue to offer swimming as a team sport to our students? Because we're willing to resurface a track. We're willing to replace the turf on the football field and the lights in the stadium. And I know that it's not necessarily as much as it is I absolutely know that it is much less than building a district swimming pool. But I think, do we want to have this opportunity for our students to participate on a swim team or not? And I realize that there is room already with the South Jordan Rec Center getting the lanes, but I want our district to offer this opportunity to our students to participate in a swim team. And I feel like for 20 years, $1 million would be like $50,000 a year for the use of the pool, or if it was $2 million, it would be $100,000 a year for the use of the pool, and that is a lot. But I'm curious, and I'm sorry I just barely thought of this question, but how does that compare to the upkeep for another sport with its own type of facilities? Is $100,000 for the upkeep of a football field in the stadium? Is that?
Those are good questions. To make the comparison would be kind of difficult. I mean, I think there's a lot of factors when you start looking at hard costs and soft costs, and you start looking at utilities and infrastructure. Is that less than operating your own pool? I would imagine it would be. I mean, they're expensive to operate. Could you recoup some of those funds? Yeah, I think you could through rentals and things like that. But
And I'm not even thinking about like having a district swimming pool, but I'm thinking about the
comparison with other venues.
with other things that we do offer. I mean, and we do offer the opportunity for students to participate on a swim team, but sometimes I just wonder if we are willing to, and also, I know I'm qualifying this a lot, but for like the upkeep of the football field or the track and all of the costs associated with other programs is what I'm thinking of. And I realize that swimming is a pool is a high cost facility, but I guess what I'm trying to say is, do we value the opportunity for our students to participate on a swim team on that, if that's their interest as far as athletics? Do we value that enough to partner with the city?
Has it ever been a possibility for Copper Hills to use the Gene Fulmer facilities?
Gene Fulmer, because of the size and the different programs, we've asked that in the past, and it's probably no. Yeah, the answer has been we'd rather not, because they're kind of full.
If you are feeling ready to make a decision, I'd love to hear a motion.
And the decision is, we're moving forward. We can pull out of it at any time, right? Until we offer the money. Is that right? Like, this is not like a...
What I believe is by the first of the year, he said early 2026, they want to submit their application to the county. And so what they want to do as part of that application process is get a commitment of support from the district or not to put on. And I believe, it's my understanding that if the district commits to it, then the district would be on the hook for that contribution.
Can I just clarify one more thing? This proposal feels a little open-ended. It's not like an amount that we're anticipating. That makes me a little uncomfortable just because I don't know what we're committing to. I'm
Yeah.
not sure the costs of
Sure.
those upgrades.
Yeah, and so what I intentionally had him take that out because before there was an amount in there, and it was very open ended. It was between this and this, and I said, look, if the board agrees to this, the maximum amount they would contribute is the current going rate, the agreement we have with the county, so it would be capped at the $2 million. So it's that understanding,
So it would be that or less.
but more likely that. Yeah. Because that's the current agreement.
What do you think of an option to start the clock ticking on our 20 years? To have that negotiable, you know, let's say that they completed in 2027, but we still have 3 years that we can use the Kearns facility, and we don't want to start that clock ticking yet.
Mm-hmm.
That reasonable? Okay.
I'd be willing to wait and find out. That's a really interesting question.
Well, can we give conditional support?
You mean the clock ticking?
On our 20 years.
On our
So
20-year
we
use.
don't start our 20 years until our contract with Kearns ends.
Oh, yeah. We could ask that. That could be
Like
part
they
of the
can have
condition.
the money now, but
With the contingency that if they don't get it, I mean, if, the whole deal falls apart anyway. So, yeah,
Yeah,
I
just-
see what you're saying.
Reminder, this is an application, and so it's not a certainty that this is going to happen. It's just whether or not we would support it. And then if they get the green light to move forward, there's still going to be a few years construction before that were to take place. And so we'd be pretty close to that 2030
We would.
timeline. But I think you make a great point, because what if it is 28? Well, could we go 20 years starting in 2030 would be a nice negotiating point to make with.
I
Or
like
would we
that.
want guarantees, if that's even possible, for it to be ready by 2030, so we're not on the hook at Kearns? I mean, and then we're,
If they got this, I mean, let's say it's 2026, I would hope it was built within the next 4 years. It would- yeah.
Does the
But I
ZAP
agree-
tax
but I
have-
agree with- I
does
agree
the
with
ZAP
John.
tax already passed, or is that one that's going to be on the ballot? Do you know? Because when I was with the Parks and Rec, the ZAP tax the money wasn't there from the ZAP tax. They said they'd have to do a new ZAP tax.
Well, I think they just it has to be
Passed.
reauthorized every
So
10
just
years, and I think they just did that in 24.
and
so
it passed. And
yes, that's my understanding.
1 year ago, so
Mm.
reauthorized for another 10 years.
So would it be helpful, do you need some sort of decision of the board, or can you take back these conversations and then come back to us with an answer?
I mean, if there's other questions that haven't been answered, I'm happy to take those back to Corbin.
The one I'm thinking of is Mr. Barnett's question about,
My guess is West Jordan's not going to answer to that at this point in the process, because it hasn't been approved, and so then things haven't been started with the county to get the county's involvement, who would be the centerpiece of those conversations about how long those agreements would go. So I don't know that West Jordan City's in a position to really answer that question at the moment.
so could we make a motion with contingencies? And then if they came back and said, I'm sorry, the county said no to that, then we could just revote at that time? That makes sense.
Yeah, I wonder if there was a way to put that just in the letter of support, to say
You have conditional report support.
we're interested in supporting. We would like the 20-year term to begin in 2030.
Or maybe
And
2029.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you
Because
go.
I think we
You
have to
gotta-
get out prior.
Yeah,
And I
we
do
got to
like
cross
the
the swim
cap
season
as
Yeah.
well. That would be another contingency I'd like
Yeah,
to add.
We can say up to in there.
that does feel a little safer for me than being on the hook and not knowing really much of what that's going to ask of us, meaning that I would feel better with conditions.
Okay.
Do have a clarifying question on the Kearns facility. We need to decide by 2030 if we're going to stay there, and then we would start to help pay for repairs.
Yeah.
But because we had a 20-year term, even if we decided not to stay and help pay for repairs, do we get to stay till 2035, or are we out?
No, I believe I think if you decide you're going to stay at the 20th anniversary, the way I read the agreement is, if you stay, then you're agreeing to help offset some of those costs. If you get out before that term, now if you pay for those costs, then it goes another 5 years to 2035.
We pay for those additional costs, we get another
And their
Oh,
indoor
and then
pool
we're
is,
done.
Their
Yeah.
indoor pool is
Mhm.
pretty old. isn't it?
Okay.
Yeah.
Now I
Their
understand.
pool is what?
Their indoor pool is pretty old.
Yeah,
Because it was old when I taught there 28 years ago.
yeah.
So that could be substantial.
And only 5 years of use for whatever it's going to cost.
That correct. Yeah.
And I'm assuming it would be a pay-as-we-go type.
Pay as you go,
Possibly,
or we can renegotiate and possibly get another 20-year term.
That helps.
To me, you hit the central point of my concern, is that we have a bit of an unknown that only gets us 5.
And really, the letter of support, if the board chooses to go that way, I mean, we could sit down. It would basically need to come from the board, so I could work with President George to write those things up in the letter and then have the board sign it. That's what they did last time. It was a pretty basic letter of support.
So I move that we, you're going to have to help me with this, that we sign or submit a letter of support for the ZAP tax request from West Jordan City with the conditions of 2030, 2029, thank you, and a $2 million cap.
I'll second it.
We have a motion by Ms. Wood, a second by Dr. Robinson, that we approve writing a letter of support for the city of West Jordan to request ZAP-TAP funds from the county, including the contingencies that our 20-year term starts in 2029, and the cap of our contribution is no more than $2 million. Did I catch everything? Not even better.
Can I
Okay,
clarify one of those?
please, yes.
Is it, just trying to clarify, is it that it starts in 2029 or that it does not, if the pool is available before 29, we want it to be delayed to start in 29, but if the pool is available in 31, do you want it to start in 29?
No sooner than 2029. Does that fix it?
But if the pool is ready before 2029, are we going to start using it, or is it going to sit there? Is that the clarifying
I
question?
think since it's the county, you can negotiate that at the time.
Well, that, yes.
My intention was no sooner than.
We already have use of a pool.
Yes.
To
The
restate
internal,
that.
the inside, the indoor pool, excuse me, at Kearns is no longer available. It's only the bubble pool.
But are we responsible for repairs generally or just on the bubble pool?
I think just on the bubble pool.
Yeah.
That sounds so fun, the bubble pool. I always
The
thought of it
bubble.
as the Olympic size pool.
Sounds like a Galinda sort of thing,
They'll
doesn't
swim
it?
in it.
The
It's
bubble
Yeah.
not
pool.
that great.
The bubble pool. So, and here is another thing. Is there any way we could, I mean, in the possibility that the rec center even gets built, is there any way we could add something about cooperating with the county as far as storage for
Oh, yes. Yeah,
that
we
would be
did-
part of it?
It was, yeah, that was part of the agreement on the South
South Jordan
Rec
one,
Center.
and so that would be part of the
Correct,
talks for this.
yeah.
Okay, excellent.
Want to add that to the motion?
I don't.
Oh,
It's
is that
probably not
necessary?
necessary.
Mr. Rostrom just
For adding
reminded me of
conditions,
something.
why
I mean,
not?
these are big projects, and he commented that I think it would be at least until 2030. It would be. I don't think they'd have it open before then. I mean, it would be real close. You think about it, we're in 2026 really soon, and then if they got it, it's a year of planning, and then a year of design, and then 18 months of building it. We're going to be right up against it. So I'm not as worried about that date. I'm not. I mean, that's me personally. So I wouldn't be really worried.
More likely to be after 2030 than before 2030.
Yeah. Yeah. We'd be lucky to have it done by 2029. They take a while.
Any other discussion to that motion? Right, hearing none, all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed, say nay. Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you. Great information. Okay, our next agenda item is a discussion or a review of the proposed boundary changes. In our business meeting, we have scheduled to make a vote on these boundary changes. So an opportunity for us to come back together one last time, ask additional questions. So we'll turn the time over to Dr. Anderson.
Thank you. Just wanted to provide a quick overview of where we've been in the process. This has been one of a boundary change process that has been thoroughly looked into over the course of many months. And I just wanted to go over before we begin each area, just the timeline of what we've done so far. The board, there are 4 of these bullet points that are required by law, and one of them is to give official notice to the different areas. We have to do that through 2 means. One is the regular, consistent way that we communicate with parents. That's Parent Square. We also have to do through the United States Postal Service. We sent different mailings to those families who are directly impacted and those that would not be directly impacted by the boundary change. A vast majority were not directly impacted in this change. But it ended up being notifications sent to all high school parents and 6 of our middle schools. And we also sent, as just by way of information, to Midas Creek Elementary parents, since they were that boundary was central to the change, even though it did not change any elementary boundaries in either change. We had survey feedback run through September and October. We did extend it a couple of times in the Northwest area, and held open houses in September. Our administrators of schools went out to school community council meetings to talk with those councils about the process, update them, field questions. And then, as you know, we had a public comment on October 28th, followed by a public hearing last week. And then here we are this with potential board action, along with public comment tonight as well. So that just brings us up to where we are currently. But this process began back in last spring when we first discussed the idea. So the Midas Creek area, the proposed boundary changes are as such. Right now we've got Midas Creek Elementary in the yellow shaded area split into 3 high school feeder systems, and you can see the numbers for each one. The proposed boundary would send all 3 areas to Riverton. Now keep in mind this area number 2 already is in Riverton, but area would send 1 and 3 to Riverton High School and Oker Hills Middle School respectively. The permit proposals that are on the table after board discussion are that all secondary students living in the boundary change would be guaranteed permits to their middle school and high school, but only qualify for those schools that they are in their boundary, in this case Oker Hills and Riverton. That would be a 6-year rollout if you count this year.
Only qualify for busing.
The only ones that would qualify for busing would be the ones that are they would qualify for busing to their boundary school, Oker Hills and Riverton. Yeah, thank you. And then we would extend, in this case, to the elementary school students in the Midas Creek boundary would be guaranteed permits to the middle school and high school. Of course, that's a 12-year rollout if you begin that this year. Any discussion on the Midas Creek area? Happy to answer any questions, but leave it to the board to discuss here.
I'm curious what the board or the administration would say. It seems like the main pushback on this one was from a Ute football program. People that were involved in that, families that were involved in that program, because it kind of disrupts that program. What would the board or the administration, how do we respond, I guess is what I'm saying, to those people who are adversely affected there? Is there a, I mean, when we consider boundary changes as a district, how much weight should we or do we apply to things that maybe aren't germane to our domain here, as educators? If there's community sports or something else outside of the domain of education, how much weight, if any, do we apply when we're considering those types of changes?
From a staff perspective, we receive input on all sorts of organizations and how this might impact their current situations. And my understanding in the Ute conference is you play where your boundary is. I don't think they have any permit style process in the Ute conference. We also hear considerations from other groups, other sports teams. There are religious boundary implications in there that we don't take those into account in the process of a school boundary discussion and process.
So it's unfortunate, of course, for a certain group of people, but our response is, we're sorry, but we don't we don't take those types of things into consideration. Is that our response?
So the thing is, as a board member, staff has a different role than you do. So you can consider those. You're elected to represent your community, and so you get to weigh what the stakeholders say and consider it what you think. Does that make sense? So we don't automatically adopt what the employees, the actual employees in the school district do. Our practice is listening to the stakeholders. And if that is something that you or any one of us consider important in this decision, then we get to consider that important. But if it's something that we don't consider germane to the whole boundary change, we get to consider that also. We are just regular people here. Do you know what I mean? And so if that is something that we find important, we get to find it important. Does that make sense? So staff, they have a different thing. They are looking at these logical, district-based things. They are not looking at how it affects church congregations or recreational or competitive athletic teams. They're looking at how does this affect the thing that we are in charge of, which is the schools and the students right here. But you can look at the religious congregations or the boundaries for the athletic teams if you want to. And it is I feel like it's not good or bad. We are elected to represent the stakeholders, so we can listen to that and consider it however we want to. Does that make sense? So, I mean, I don't know if that is what you're asking, but you get to consider whatever information you want to in making your decisions as a board member.
I'm not necessarily questioning what I should and shouldn't consider, because I definitely want to listen to any of the concerns. But when it comes to the final decision, how much weight should I or should we put toward those types of concerns as opposed to the problems that we're trying to solve for the district? In this particular case, the problems that we're trying to solve are, we have an elementary school that has 3 feeder systems. And so those middle schools, there's 3 different middle schools, and there's some level of interaction between the middle school and the elementary school. I remember hearing that. I don't remember all of the interaction points, but it was a huge mess, I remember hearing. It was difficult to coordinate. It was difficult to find which students need to go talk to this middle school. So that was one of the problems we were trying to solve. Another problem that we were trying to solve was enrollment issues on the east side of the district, which is diminishing, and the west side of the district is increasing. So whenever we can move students from the west to the east, it helps us from an enrollment perspective. So we were trying to solve that. And then a third problem that came up later on, I think, after listening to parents, was it's really difficult on the outgoing 6th graders to have to say goodbye to all their friends. Not all, but some of their friends. So in my mind, those were the 3 main problems we were trying to solve. And then
The first and third is the same, isn't it?
first
was that we need
Coordinating.
unify a feeder system.
He's just saying
But
one's
saying
a problem for
goodbye-
the administration and one's a problem for the students.
And then now there's a 4th issue that we're disrupting community sports. So I'm wondering, do we give as much weight to that problem as we do to the other problems that we were initially?
Can I address that? First of all we've considered in this move is a 1 feeder system. It seems to me the pushback is the Harriman people want to stay in Harriman. I'm not getting the pushback from the South Hills and Mountain Ridge people as much. I've received a little, but not very much. In fact, they kind of relish it because we took their bus away, and they would be on a bus, and we would avoid a very busy road.
When did we take their bus away? What?
That was the Riverton bus that we funded with Riverton for years, and then we they co-funded I think for a year, and then Riverton funded it for a year, and now it's no longer. So number one, we never considered a dual feeder system for this school, which, by the way, many of our elementary schools, I represent 4 elementary schools that have at least a dual feeder system. That would be Harriman Elementary, Oakleaf Elementary, Silvercrest, and Ridgeview all have dual feeder systems. So it's not uncommon to consider 2. And it's just this one area really wants to stay. Number 2 is we're not trying to solve an enrollment problem. There is not one. We're anticipating one. We're anticipating there'll be an enrollment problem. But it's not there now. And we could sometimes try to anticipate it and get burned, and we did. So years ago, Bryce will remember this, when we were building Oakleaf, I remember Matt Young said, this is the time to take action and really take a big shot out of Butterfield Canyon because it's overcrowded and all of this. So we took a big chunk. Kids who are just a block. I remember Harriman barely built that road, McKissian, that has a sidewalk, and we had to work with the city and everything. And we took this big chunk out of Butterfield Canyon, and now we have to bring them back because the demographics are changing so quickly. And we've only had a year of these demographic changes that it was brought to our attention a year ago that things were changing so much. And I just don't want us to run too fast because we might be moving people back because we're anticipating that we'll need them one place or another. But we just don't know. We don't know the housing. Maybe new housing will shut down and people will start moving into the Riverton area. We just don't know. We can anticipate, but we don't know. But we struck out on that decision years ago. That was a bad decision to take so many people out of Butterfield Canyon. And I do think you're dealing with people's lives, so I do think you consider those things like youth sports. So sorry.
And Brian, as far as should or shouldn't, I feel like, and this might be too personal, but I feel like you are intelligent, you are logical, you look at things carefully. I feel like all of us do, all the members of the board do, and it's not about the should part is listening to constituents and weighing the options and listening to staff recommendations, and it's not even necessarily recommendations, but the options that the people who are employed by the district give to us, looking at all of these things critically, and then bringing in your own thoughts. And I feel like this is not a morally right or wrong question. And so if a board member wants to give more weight to the parents and students who have concerns about their athletic teams being moved to a different high school, that is not wrong. It's not right. You get to do that. Anyway, so I don't think it's even about a should or shouldn't as far as how you prioritize things in your vote. You get to prioritize that however you want to, if that makes sense. Is my belief. We are here to represent the stakeholders. And I have a feeling that with every vote we make, there are people who are happy and people who are unhappy. And so sometimes we represent the people who end up being happy, and sometimes we represent the people who end up being unhappy. And I just think that's the nature of elected representatives.
Just to add some information, going back to the survey, that area number 1, there was equal support and equal opposition. So there's just about the same number of people that would like to make the boundary change and about the same amount that would like to not to. That was the survey result.
There have been times when we've been able to accomplish our goals, but adjust one neighborhood or another neighborhood based on some factors we would not normally otherwise consider. But it would be out of the ordinary to place something like this above the primary goal of the district, the reason that we went into the boundary change to start with. But sometimes we've said, this is our stated goal, these are the options, but a new option emerges because we can accommodate an unrelated community need and still accomplish our goals. And it's something that, where there was a unified voice. This is unique because people impacted by the problem we're trying to solve are spread throughout the school, and people who are concerned about the football boundaries are spread throughout the school. So it's not a concentrated group, if that makes sense. Sometimes it's a concentrated group in a particular neighborhood whose needs we're able to address and still solve the overall problem. But I think these solutions are at odds with each other.
In this particular issue, to Daryl's point, maybe we don't have an urgent enrollment issue right now. Oker Middle School is on the edge currently, or it will be soon, but maybe not at the high school level. But this particular issue, it sounds like regardless of when we do it, whether we do it this time or 5 years from now, the Ute football program is going to have an issue. We can't get around that, right?
And I'm okay with that. One of the problems that I have is, and I've said this before, I just don't know if we have our priority set, if we know what's most important. For instance, if we do this move, now we've been looking at a different move of people that live right next to Oker Hills that we're busing into Bluffdale, you know? And now all of a sudden maybe we can't make that move because we're making this move. And what's our priorities? Is our priorities proximity to the school? Is it geographic boundaries? We did make a priority on the board that we did want Mountain View Corridor to be a hard boundary whenever possible. That does solve this. But I just don't know. We have 2 boundary changes at us right now, and they're doing the exact opposite things. And so I just would love to have a discussion with the board, like, what is our priorities? What are we trying to do? Do we want cities to be a city line whenever possible, that be there, or, avoid crossing busy roads or reducing busing. That's what I would love to have is
To start a list right now and prioritize it.
I mean, that would be good, because I just don't know what's the most important priorities that we're looking for.
And
'Cause that's why I'm confused.
I remember priority discussions previously had on the board, and enrollment was a very big priority, and then feeder system alignment was also a big priority. That when I say big, I mean highly agreed upon. The majority of the board agreed that those were very valid priorities. Feeder system alignment and enrollment. Balancing enrollment or something.
And as a facilities committee, we talked about transportation. We wanted that to be we wanted to reduce the cost of transportation whenever it's possible.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Is this list we're making something that would initiate a boundary discussion, a boundary change discussion? Or is this something we would consider when we've already decided that one is needed?
So I think that they are both, and so they are initiate the discussion, just like with Midas Creek Elementary School alignment desire for alignment is what started the discussion. But then when there is a comprehensive look at boundary changes, all of these things are definitely looked at, as far as making the boundaries. But I don't know if it's been looked at, like if any of these have been the catalyst for starting, besides the enrollment and the alignment.
I'm actually really opposed to the city boundaries. I think that divides the school. I think it is unnecessary.
Yeah, I
I'm
feel like
uncomfortable
it's,
even putting.
I don't like city boundaries.
Well,
being-
no,
More
it
about
needs
that.
it needs to be up because we can make that low if we all agree. I just think it still should be a consideration because one of the things that makes it hard on cities if we do a city boundary too is now they're sharing a cross guard with two cities, and that makes it hard too. So, but I think it's a priority. We just now have to say what's the most biggest and priority, and that would be super low for me.
Me, a zip code should not dictate a school experience ever.
Harriman doesn't even own a zip code. They have to borrow Riverton's. So.
The facilities
You're right.
committee went through this exercise, this list, basically. We had, it's the enrollment considerations for growth
Correct.
document that's currently sitting out on the links menu item. I think if we continue this discussion, we're just going to be rehashing things that we've already gone through. The third page of that document says the board may request boundary considerations at any time. So any board member can come in and request a boundary change, provide the rationale for doing so. District administration may consider potential boundary changes to facilitate feeder alignment, permits, transportation costs, additional space needs, portables, remodels, school programs, storage, room usage, rotations, district programs, DLI ALPS, and other areas as needed. We've already identified. I'm not sure what we're trying to accomplish right now.
So are you saying you need them ranked?
I need them in
What
some
I
kind of a
understood.
priority to make a decision. Because of that, two board members can bring a proposal, and they're doing exactly the opposite. So what are we trying to accomplish as a board?
How are they doing exactly the opposite? I
Well,
think they are
you're trying to
both
unite a
aligned.
feeder system while you divide another one. You're trying to add busing and proximity from there. To me, these are two boundary changes that, and I struggled with the last one too. I just would like, what we did in the past is we would say, okay, what do we really want to accomplish when we do a boundary change? And I
I
don't
never
see that.
followed it, though. I
And-
mean, it was nice to have a list, but it was never.
I don't know if never was the right word, but we did have a blueprint of what we were trying to accomplish.
Violated it all the time.
And,
So at least you had a blueprint.
And I feel like right now we're talking about specific boundary changes that we've been talking about for a few months. And I think that it's possible that we've gotten to a point where, as board members, we can evaluate our own priorities in these boundary changes, and we don't necessarily need to figure out a list that all of us need to follow as far as boundary change priorities. I think that I can see value in the document that Brian was talking about for facilities in looking at boundary changes. But right now, when we get to this point, I feel like we have been elected to represent the stakeholders of the district. And so we get to consider what the priorities of the people we represent are and how those relate to our own priorities, and use that in making our decisions tonight.
So you're exactly right, but I'm just saying without my understanding that the board has a vision, then my vote's no. I'll never vote on another boundary change ever, because I need to see that we're united. We know what we're trying to do with these boundary changes. And so,
And what happens, Daryl, if you
Struggle
and
with
I perpetually disagree. If I value something and you don't, I don't desire to have you bend to my will, nor
I just
vice
at least
versa.
want to know what you value, and that's what we haven't had that discussion. Is, you know,
So,
I mean, I would love to just rank those and talk it out, and then I understand where you're coming from. You understand where I'm coming from, and if we vote differently, that's okay. But I just see this big disconnect between these two boundary changes, and I have a hard time supporting either because I lack a vision of what we're trying to do,
So
and it might just be me.
Daryl, it sounds to me like what you would like to hear other people's points of view and maybe kind of how they're leaning on this and how they prioritize what they're feeling about these boundary changes.
Yeah, for instance, is transportation a big deal? Like because we're working in the facilities committee to get rid of transportation, but now all of a sudden we're developing new bus routes and cost in these two things. So is that a priority of the board or is it not a priority of the board? I can make my own decision on that, but I'd love to know if the board wants to either reduce bus routes or not worry about bus routes.
The priorities are going to change, though, for
Well, that's okay, but
the situation.
I don't want as a facility committee then to continue to study how we're going to cut down buses so we can save money if that's not our vision.
What if that's number 4 for me? And in this scenario, 1, 2, and 3 are coming into play. So while I value busing and transportation, it's not going to override.
But
the
I
other
might be okay with
priorities.
4 because I kind of might agree, but then I don't want to spend time in a committee to be looking at routes that we can eliminate, one of which we wanted to bring, that we talked about, would have brought more people to Ochre, but now all of a sudden we can't because we make this move. So that, you see what I'm trying to say is I just don't see a vision of this board of what we're trying to accomplish. Now, if transportation's 4, then let's make transportation 4 and let's not waste our time in the facilities committee worrying about this neighborhood or that neighborhood who's on a bus but could walk to a different school.
But busing could be number 1 for you and number 4 for me.
But I don't
And that
know
can
what
be okay.
all of ours are. I would love to know, like, I don't want to waste my time in a committee working on this because we talked about that and we were going to spend a lot more time on that. If it's collectively, I mean, it might be a 1 for me, but 4 for 3 other people, I would just like to know. I don't want to spend time on that and be doing something different than, I think that we share more vision than, more similarities than differences. I just don't know what we're doing. And especially in terms of transportation, proximity to schools, those kinds of things, because we're not taking that into consideration in this case. But we've been spending time in our transportation, in our facilities meetings on working on that exact issue. So that's where I'm
So-
lost, but I might be the only one.
just because I want everybody to have a chance to provide feedback, I added a couple while we were talking that are important to me. It's important to me that we're considering fiscal responsibility, ways that we can limit costs to taxpayers, potential buildings, etc. And then reduce the frequent discussion of the same area. So I don't know if that makes sense, but for example, if tonight we say we're voting this down, then in 5 years, as has been brought up, like maybe we need to do this in 5 years. I am not interested in sending Area 2 to Bingham anymore. We already put them through that, and I don't want to do it again. So those are priorities for me that I.
Safety should be up there also.
Yeah, busy
The safety
streets
up
is
there.
boundaries.
Okay,
Should I
I
change
guess
that
that-
to safety?
Just put maybe in parentheses. You're probably right.
I think what I'm interested in an ideal world is that we vet what we spend our time on and what we ask our constituents to worry about, and that we do it when it's needed, for whatever need, right? And so maybe it's about having a better board discussion before we go out to survey or after we survey, or understanding the process. At what point can I say no? At what point can I say, I want part 1 but not part 2? and all these permutations. So for me personally, I think it's just vetting it better at the outset before we even get to this point, and articulating what's important to me. I hope that my values are reflected in my votes tonight. I don't expect everyone to agree with them, but it's clear to me why I'm making the votes that I'm making, which may be very different from other people in this room.
And I'm not suggesting that this discussion needs to take place before these votes. It would have been more helpful for me, but I wish we would come back to this before we propose anything else.
And what I'm suggesting is there's nothing stopping us from having this conversation next time a boundary change comes up. You and I can both bring these things up that we value and say, I want to vet this a little bit further before we invest more resources or cause concern.
So let me ask then, do other board members have a desire to rank these priorities?
I'm not even asking a rank, I just want a discussion on them.
Oh, I'm confused.
Tonight
I
or
thought you
going
just
forward?
wanted
I
ranked.
I think that we're too deep into this. I don't know if that we can, because what our decisions, I think our problem is if we try to do this now before this decision, we're considering these two proposals as our basis. So I'm even asking for this. This would have been great to have way before they even come to us, in my opinion.
Which, I mean, I think an argument could be made that we did discuss it. We just haven't rank ordered them. Brian just pointed that out to us, right? And I remember having conversations about Aspen and making a decision to do a very minimal change with the intention that the board wanted to review on a larger scale how the dominoes trickle, right? So we wanted to look, and it was suggested in that meeting that we would look at that based on levels, right? So high school, middle school, elementary school. To me, these boundary changes are a very big and important step towards balanced enrollments and fiscal responsibility. Some people might feel differently, but from my perspective, that's what we're doing here.
But
Answering something that the board stated was an intention.
But your last one about frequent discussions of the same area. So you put my area on notice a year ago, and then we tabled it, said we'd come back and do it again in the spring, and it hasn't even come back again. The changes of Aspen and Oakleaf and Butterfield Canyon. They're calling me, they're asking me, hey, can you come speak to a community council so we know where we are? Because they're just still wondering. And I don't know what to say on Thursday night when I go talk to them. I don't know if that's imminent. We're going to come back because we told them we'd come last spring, and we still haven't gone back to them. And is that necessary? Eventually, I think it has to happen. But do we do it now and give them 12 years to make an adjustment? Do we, we just got to, I just think that we're doing different things in different areas, and that's just my perspective. And so I have this area that just was saying, what's going on? And I don't have an answer for them.
There's no trigger.
And that's the problem, maybe.
So-
we need a trigger.
I'm wondering if we can do an after action report as an agenda item where we look at the past few boundary change processes that we've gone through, and as a board look at what we feel went well, what we could possibly do better, and maybe find some way to significantly note the things that we could improve on, and like maybe it could help us in our process after this. I don't know.
I think it's a better discussion when we don't have something currently on the table.
Yeah, and we could include other processes like the one that you're talking about with your community. What has gone well with that? What could be done better? Like, because sometimes the boundary change discussions have ended up doing nothing. And so I think we could look at them possibly.
I think that's what I'm looking for, is a discussion when we don't have a proposal on the table.
Okay, so can I ask, I heard we don't have a trigger point, but I feel like there's a pretty clear trigger point contained in our enrollment considerations documents. Is that not what you mean when you say a trigger point? Like, this is a formula that is not abstract. I can, that's not open to interpretation.
Are you talking AA 113 or whatever?
It's the one that we
Oh,
just this
the
year.
document,
It's in
okay.
the links on Board Book.
Okay.
But we talked about current enrollment plus development times yield rate equals forecasted growth, which is greater than capacity plus 6 portables. And I do think if we're considering capacity plus 6 portables, I don't understand why we're using current use capacities when, for example, Sunset Ridge's current use capacity is more than 6 portables. So that's something, if we're coming back to look at it again, I'd love to refine what numbers are we working from, because they feel like we have a wide array.
So maybe, I don't know if this would be a time to make, or I could just put it on the document for future agenda items, an after action report where we compare our practice with what we have in our enrollment trigger points and documents in our boundary change policy, like all of that.
I second it.
Well, I mean, it wasn't exactly a motion, but I'll put it on the document and you can second it there.
Yep, that's what I will.
So we'll pause on this, come back to it later. You will decide your own priorities with your votes tonight in regard to whatever specific boundary changes before you.
Can I ask one more? I would like to talk about the 12-year rollout for this. So I'm not comfortable with the 12-year rollout. I mean, we either want to unify them and we don't want to, or we're not, but 12-year rollout, I think the longest we've ever done is a 2-year rollout. 3 would be a lot. I would even be willing to go to 6, but I'll vote no just because of the 12-year rollout. We said we couldn't do that unless we resurveyed them, but then in the other change, we went from a 3 to 6 without surveying them. I just think, why can't we not do a 6-year rollout on this?
I think that any board member can make a motion for any proposal. There's no rule that says you have to go survey. I think we considered that in our discussion. But if you want to make a
I don't want to
motion
make
in
a
the
motion if
business-
there's nobody else interested in that. If everyone else is comfortable with a 12-year rollout,
I'm very comfortable with the 12.
I am as well.
I think it's the right thing to do.
well, I'll second it if someone makes a proposal, but I'm not going to make a proposal if there's no interest in a 6-year rollout.
So if there's something that is stopping you from being able to vote for a boundary change that you would otherwise feel great about, I would be sorry to see a proposal that you agree with go away because you didn't want to make a failed motion.
Well, I've tried my due diligence. I've called people. I've told people I disagree with that. I think it's ridiculous. I don't think we need it. We've never gone that long. We've gone 2 years. I thought we had support with that until Bryce said in one of our meetings, we have to go out to resurvey, and then the next meeting we come and change the other one. So, but I just don't want to make a proposal that I'm not going to even get a second. So, like I said, I will
I'll
second
it.
Okay.
Make it and I'll second it.
Can
I got a
I,
second,
just to
okay.
be fair, I think I said a consideration is that this is the information we surveyed based on. I think it was me. And I did not
Whoever
mean to
ma-
say we
whoever
can't do
made-
anything.
I'd have to
just
go back
that
and
we-
listen.
My
It doesn't-
recollection is it wasn't you, but
Okay.
It doesn't
I'd have to watch the video.
It doesn't have to be anybody, but
But I'm just saying,
I thought we
Discussion
drifted.
doesn't mean it's a hard, fast
I
rule.
thought we
just 'cause
drifted
someone
away
thought
from
it.
considering changing it to a 6 because we had to resurvey, and yet then we didn't resurvey on the other one. So I just saw, again, like two different rules and consistency there. And
So Daryl, I can speak to my own experience. I was not excited about a 12-year rollout. It's not anything I would have suggested. But sensing that the board wanted it, I am willing to get on board because it's not that concerning to me. I don't love it, but I'm okay if that's what the board wants to do.
but for me, it's a deal breaker.
A quick update on that. You made a statement that we had a boundary change discussion about Aspen Elementary that affected some other areas in your area. Aspen Elementary did come up in discussion again in a facilities committee, and it was determined that we would wait until next demographic. So you had that information.
I voiced it then that we needed to make that
Recommended?
move.
Because I haven't heard that recommendation.
It just stayed in committee.
It stayed in committee, but I recommended, I says, when are we going to do it then? Because I have a community that just wants to know. The board tabled it, said we bring it back in the spring. That I'm on an agenda on Thursday. I have no idea what to tell them.
I'm just curious then, I understood that the committee goes, studies it out, makes a recommendation, brings it to us. But in this case, it sounds like the committee made a decision. And is the board comfortable there?
And I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, but I feel like we've kind of gotten off of the agenda item a little bit. I thought that this was specifically about the proposed boundary changes. And I don't know.
You're not hurting my feelings.
Because I just cut several people off in the discussion, but I feel like the agenda item is specifically about these two boundary changes, and I am happy to talk about the process more, but I'm also willing to move forward with the agenda items, the specific agenda items that are here, because I feel like it relates, but I guess what I'm really trying to say is that I would like to move forward.
And I do too. My concerns are beyond these two proposals for sure, and yet these are the reasons I'm voting no.
I mean, not move forward from this agenda item, because I feel like we've talked about Midas Creek, and then I think you have some information, Dr. Anderson, about the northwest boundary change, similar to what was given about Midas Creek.
Yeah, it's just a simple review and discussion. But
And I look forward to hearing it and seeing it.
Actually, I have a question I've been sitting on. If you could go back a slide to where it showed the numbers in each area. I just wanted a little clarification on what those numbers mean. So like in area 1, the 129, is that how many current students are going to
that
Copper
is
Hills?
so in area 1, the upper left there are 129 middle school students in the Copper Mountain boundary
Okay, currently in that little
currently.
area.
So 129 of them would go to Ochre Hills, and then 160 are in the Harriman High School boundary, right? That currently are enrolled at Harriman High. They would go to Riverton.
Okay.
Same thing for number 3. Number 2, keep in mind, is already there. And that's that we're proposing that they all be in the Ochre Hills Riverton feeder.
Thank you. I'm great to move on.
Good?
Yep.
Okay. So just a similar review of the northwest area. We already went through the timeline and mirrored this. The only thing that, as I mentioned before, we did differently with the survey was extending it by a few days and then reopening it for about a week and a half, I believe. And in this proposed area change, you'll recall that the area in orange, number 1, is currently in the Sunset Ridge boundary, and has 317 middle school students. The proposal would take Area 1 from Sunset Ridge to West Hills, and you can see where they're located on the map. Area 2, because that number would go to West Hills, making West Hills quite large, the proposal was to take Area 2 to Elk Ridge and Bingham. And you can see the numbers there for the students that would be heading to Elk Ridge and Bingham. There is also a component, kind of a standalone component. That's why we did it with a letter instead of a number. It's Area C. That is currently in the West Jordan High School boundary. It's proposed that Area C go to Bingham. The asterisk is up there because there are 53 students in that area that would be sent to Bingham. 35 of them already attend Bingham on a permit. So that's the proposal. That includes, of course, Area 1 is just a middle school change. Area 2 is a high school and middle school, and Area C is only a high school change.
And C is already going to Elk Ridge, right?
Correct. Yeah, thanks.
So Mike, how big is C? Is C both slick and that square?
Or is it
Because
just-
there's a whole square that contains slick.
It looks bigger than it really
I would
has.
hate to go like this. If we're going to move that boundary, can I assume we're also going to move that whole Slick Community
Yeah.
College where no one lives?
It's taken up a little bit by the BHS thing, but yeah, it's that whole swath. There is no area there. It just makes it. This would clean it up a little
So
bit.
basically, it's
Rectangle
we
like
would
this.
match
Yeah.
we would match Elk Ridge's boundary and Bingham's
Yeah,
boundary,
it would square off that Elk Ridge boundary in the upper right of that.
moving them to Bingham.
Correct.
Okay, because I just looking at the map, thinking it was just the residential area, and I thought that's going to look weird if we don't include the community
Yeah,
college.
it's the text box is covering that.
That's all I needed to know.
So my concern is we're taking kids out of our lowest enrollment high school and moving. I mean, it's not over full, but a good enrolled school.
But the majority in that area are already permitting to Bingham.
For sure, but we're gonna take even more out of our lowest enrolled.
I don't really want to touch West Jordan High School right now as we are making adjustments there, revamping the facilities. But I do feel strongly about fixing this alignment because I have heard from my own constituents in this area when I first got on the board saying, I hate that I keep flip-flopping. I'm Terra Linda, I'm Elk Ridge, I'm West Jordan High School. And so I would really like to clean this up for their sake.
I have family in this area. I want to clean it up for the same reason. But I did want to point out that if we're trying to balance things, we're taking kids out of least enrollment high school and putting them in not an over-enrolled, but certainly a full school.
I think that's a great example. We're not trying to even enrollments. There is not one overriding principle. We are looking at each situation, and yes, we are taking students out of a low enroll, but there are other issues that in this case make it a higher priority. I think that's what we're going to find every single time. You can make a list all you want, but in this area, this is far more important than that. In that area, that's far more important than this because it's situational. It's not so much district-wide. And so I just think that's an example of what we were talking about is you cannot have one governing overall principle that governs boundary changes because it wouldn't make sense here, but I really like this change. It makes a lot of sense for this community.
And to clarify, so just looking at the map there, Area C is between 4,000 West and 3,200.
32nd. Okay.
So that's what the proposal would do. After some board discussion recently, it was proposed that, again, current secondary students involved in the boundary change would be guaranteed permits to their current middle and high school, but would only qualify for any busing to their new boundary school. And again, that's a 6-year endeavor.
session.
Procedural question. Is it an option to vote yes on one area in a proposal and no on another?
Depends how it's motioned.
You can make whatever motion you want.
I would just, as we consider that, if my opinion and experience with this area holds any weight, I would ask that we not vote on 1 and 2 separately, because if we decided to move area 1 and not move area 2, we would be pushing a problem from Sunset Ridge to West Hills. And while they have a similar building capacity, they're structurally different. The halls are more narrow at West Hills. So I would beg that not be one of our motions.
Unless you split 2 by middle school and high school. I
Yeah.
think that's the only way you could do that.
You could do it by level, definitely.
If you separate 1 and 2, you have to consider separating the 2 levels.
Okay, let's play that out. So
Yeah,
if
say
more
we
about
did
I'm not
that,
following.
If you move from Sunset Ridge to West Hills and from West Hills to Elk Ridge to solve the Sunset Ridge issue and decide I'm going to let you come back to Copper Hills. So I'm going to solve the middle school issue and not touch the high school issue. That would be one way to vote. Is I like moving out of Sunset Ridge and into West Hills, but West Hills can't take that without alleviating to Elk Ridge. But I don't want necessarily them to have to go to Bingham because they're in Elk Ridge. I want them to be able to go back to Copper Hills. You've got to separate middle school and high school levels.
But then I feel like that would cause
Now, the high school issue is
an
now
issue
you're
we're trying to
going-
solve with the Area C.
Now you're going from, I'm going to go to a Bingham feeding middle school and then back out of it.
but let's imagine that just what Bryce said happened, that we passed Area C and we split Elk Ridge so that the students who now go to Elk Ridge are boundary to Copper Hills. At that point, Elk Ridge right now feeds into 2 middle schools. But if we vote on
Elk
C,
Ridge is a middle school.
I'm sorry, high schools. Whew, thinking on my toes, not my greatest strength. So if we approve Area C as written, then does Elk Ridge at that point only feed into Bingham? Or are there still areas that feed into West Jordan?
No,
That would solve that.
That would,
That would
that
solve
would
all
align.
of
that
it.
would make Elk
So
Ridge a
it would
pure
keep
Bingham
them
feeder.
at 2. So if we did what you just proposed, we approved Area C, then we approved 1 and 2 for middle school, but not for high school, then Elk Ridge would still be a 2 middle school feeder, or 2 high school feeder.
That's
system.
correct. Area C aligns, if only taken on its own, Area C would align Elk Ridge to only Bingham High School. If you did split between levels in Area 2, you would Elk Ridge would remain a 2 high school feeder middle school.
I don't want to go 3.
How many middle schools have a 2 feeder system? Because there's one thing I have an elementary school with 2 feeder system. I think it's way different to have a middle school that's a 2 feeder system. You know how many middle schools feed 2 high schools?
Quite a few.
Yeah, I'd have to. I don't have that information readily available. We could
Someone
look
just give me an
into it.
example of one.
Can we look at the map?
Well,
Up
I'm
Lois?
just looking at our building capacity, which lists feeders. So we have Elk Ridge is currently, Hidden Valley currently feeds to 2.
Are there even any students
Valley
on
does?
the
Well, that's
west
what
side?
it says on here. Hidden Valley.
This goes to Riverton.
have
All
Mountain
that,
Ridge and Riverton
Mountain
is
Ridge.
what's
They have a
listed.
Mountain Ridge. Yeah, they have a
that Mountain Ridge
section.
part of their boundary though is all no homes, right?
Yeah, but the boundary itself is in 2 feeders. That's probably what they're saying. I don't know how many kids live there.
So according to this document, those are the only 2 that split to 2 high schools.
Which are the
Elk
which-
Ridge with
Ridge.
Elk
Elk Ridge
portion.
and Hidden Valley. And that was a really fast look over, so if anybody wants to correct me, please feel free.
That's
Can I
the
phone a
look.
friend?
Those are the three that came to my mind. I don't have the other information right readily available. My machine's projecting.
So it exists, but to the extent to which we're not certain.
Yeah, it is not uncommon for that to happen.
But it is,
But it is uncommon right now.
most
'cause
only go to one.
No, Joe P. Jensen goes to West Jordan and Copper Hills.
But if you
I don't
look
think
at
there's
that
anyone on that
place,
side.
nobody lives in
Not
that
listed that way.
area. That's the airport and,
It's the same as
I'd
Jordan
love to clean
Landing.
up that boundary.
According
has
to
that.
our building
I
mean, I
capacity,
think
they
maybe
only
people
go
live
to
there.
West Jordan.
but that's the same
Unless
as Hidden
that's an
Valley.
error.
but on the map, the Joel P. Jensen boundaries go to, they go, anyway. Yeah, it includes this commercial area that I don't think anybody lives in that is in Copper Hills boundary.
It looks like
It's so
I
hard.
feel like I asked you this question on this particular section, and there was no elementary student, one middle.
You mean in Area C? In Area C?
No, I mean in this function.
Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah. We did. There was, I think there were no elementary school, but a couple of middle schools. Yeah. And Miss Dean is correct. There is, the Joel P. Jensen is part of Copper Hills technically in their boundary, but it's the airport area. So that's that swath that Miss Barrow was pointing out. Like a couple of kids, maybe. And that may vary from year to year.
Because my head's spinning, I need a little bit of help grounding here. So with the discussion we've had, remind me about the split of Copper Canyon Elementary School. Am I getting that right, into 3?
Yes.
3 middle schools
Unfortunately.
and 2 feeders if this goes through.
Yeah, there's 2 high school feeders that they would feed into. And
So this is an area 2?
yes.
right,
Yeah.
yes.
And if we keep them at Copper Hills but change middle school, we're still going into 3 middle schools?
So if you look at the boundary for Copper Canyon, it's a really awkward boundary because it stretches all the way to Copperton. It's just, it's an anomaly because of geography.
Yeah,
It's something we would probably want to clean up if we were to look at this systemically. But
yeah. Copper Canyon takes in Copperton, which is not even on this map. It's out there.
you were right.
Because that's a primary concern for me, is splitting any school into 3. And if there would be a solution to avoid that, I would be much more open.
If you did send, as Mr. Dunford explained, Area 2 to Elk Ridge, that's what creates the 3 middle school feeder. Right now, they're already at 2 middle schools, 2 high schools. If we split Area 2 and sent the middle schools to Elk Ridge, that creates a 3rd middle school feeder for that school.
High schools?
Right now, they're
No,
just at
just
one
one.
high school.
Just
feeder.
Oh, sorry,
Copper Hills.
middle schools. Yeah,
2 middle schools,
yeah.
but 1 high school.
That's correct. Yep, I said high school as well.
So I do have some solutions in mind to help with that issue because I'm also uncomfortable leaving it. But I think it would muddy the water to bring an elementary boundary change into the mix right now. But plus, we haven't noticed other elementaries that could potentially be affected. So, but that's definitely something that I would like to come back and clean up soon, should this pass, which is doubtful.
But if
Doesn't
it doesn't
pass.
pass, would you then propose a realignment of elementary schools and maybe revisit this boundary change?
Well, as I understand it, we've already proposed and accepted that proposal. Back when we talked about Aspen.
Okay, I wasn't on the board then.
So we can, yes,
Okay.
I think that we have several elementary schools that we could be considering. But
So can I summarize? There seems to be 3 legitimate possibilities here, all with a positive and all with a negative. Can I just summarize, just so we're all on the same page? Possibility number 1 is that we do nothing. The positive is no one has to leave Copper Hills that lives right next to Copper Hills. The negative is Sunset Ridge stays crowded.
as does Copper Hills.
Option number 2 is we focus on the middle school problem, that Sunset Ridge is the problem, and that we move Sunset Ridge to West Hills and West Hills to Elkridge, and that's the only change we make. The positive is Sunset Ridge is alleviated. Elkridge is given more students that they could handle. So the middle schools are alleviated. We've balanced the middle schools. The problem is we've got an elementary school that now feeds to 3 middle schools, and we have a number of students who will go to Elkridge, be with a whole bunch of Bingham students, and then go back to Copper Hills. That's the negative. Option number 3, as I see it, is to move forward with this proposal, which balances the enrollment, but the biggest negative is that it moves students right next to Copper Hills into a Bingham feeder system. And that's what a lot of people are complaining about. So I think every board member has to decide which positive outweighs which negative. The positive of doing nothing is that we don't move students from a Copper Hills feeder system to a Bingham feeder system that's further away, and we don't split an elementary school. But we keep a middle school very crowded and a high school crowded. Those are the two, a positive and the negative. If we alleviate just the middle schools, the positive is that the middle schools are alleviated. The negative is you now split an elementary 3 ways, and you create a whole lot of concern about students who will go to Elkridge Middle School and then make friends, make peers who go to Bingham, and then they go back to Copper Hills.
You create a Midas Creek situation that we're trying to fix, yeah.
Okay, option 3 is that we move forward with this proposal, and again, you alleviate the overcrowding at Sunset Ridge and Copper Hills, but in doing so, you move a group very, very close to Copper Hills out of that feeder system and send them to Bingham. So every one of those 3 has a very good positive and a very big negative. And each member of this board has to decide which positive do I vote for and deal with those negatives. That's how I see the situation. Now, I would propose that we can deal with C separately because that's just cleaning up a boundary. But 1 and 2, you've got 3 options. And all 3 have a positive and a negative. And you have to decide, of all those positives and negatives, which situation do you choose? Am I wrong in that?
Nope. Good summary.
The biggest the unique situation here is the location of Copper Hills to the people we are choosing to move away from that feeder system. That
Actually choosing.
potentially, well, proposed to.
And I
That
think
is an uncomfortable situation because you can see how close they are to Copper Hills. But that's the reality you're going to have to deal with.
And I'm afraid that that decision sets a precedence because the fact of the matter is that the way that enrollment is working in our district, it's going to either mean we build and close or we move students to the edge of boundaries. This isn't going to be the only time we see this issue, in my opinion.
And yet we kind of solved the whole thing when we did Moab and we took some of that unincorporated area and was putting in West Jordan, and that would solve a lot of the problems that we're proposing that we'll have in the future. And then we went and undid it a few years later.
Pocket busing,
That's a question. Is pocket busing an option? Colin High School has done it for 50 years. Should we consider that as a board? And I don't know the answer.
We did.
We did, and then we undid it
we
when we
did
got
it
10
when there
kids.
was no one there to speak for themselves.
We got 10 kids and we undid it. But that's the question really is, should we consider those new homes and pocket bus them until we can build another facility? I don't know.
In my opinion, building another facility when we have seats in the rest of the district calls to question our fiscal responsibility.
Yeah, I for one will never vote to build when we have room.
And I didn't say that. I just said that that solves the problem of building a facility if we pocket bus them to a school that's under them.
Bryce, in your option 1, do nothing with 1 and 2, the positive was that was a big deal for number 2, for area 2.
Yeah.
The negative was that Sunset Ridge and Copper Hills are overcrowded. And I guess I'm questioning how
Well, they
how
stay
big of
within
a
their
negative-
capacity.
Yeah.
They stay within their capacity, and they're less than they have been in the past. But there is certainly a case to be made saying we have empty seats in other schools, and this one stays crowded. Now, the reality is Sunset Ridge is broken up by grade, and the 7th graders really don't see the 8th graders, and they exist. They can survive. And they've been at 1,800. But there is something to be said when you look at Sunset Ridge and Elk Ridge and to say, is that a wise use of facilities?
So this is where I would say the balancing of enrollments in this area is not my top priority today.
I know we keep talking about 1, 2, and C. I don't want to overlook all that yellow land out there that isn't being permitted. That is honestly operating on the assumption that we're going to pass it because we proposed it. And I think if they felt like there was a strong possibility that they weren't going to get relief, they would be speaking up. In fact, I know that. I have been in these communities and I have spoken to these people. So while I understand that we have heard from a lot of people from a very small area, I just hope that we can consider the rest of the picture who have never not been in an overcrowded school since it was built. And I understand that you're okay with that.
Yeah, and I would
But this
challenge
area
the
has
overcrowded.
taken their turn for a lot of years, and we don't have
Yeah.
to anymore. I don't want to bring up examples of ways that puts them at a disadvantage, but I believe that it does.
I think the positives and the negatives are very clear in every situation. And the challenge is there is not a positive that doesn't have a negative. And there isn't a negative that doesn't have a positive. And we can't combine them so that we have all the positives.
Right.
There's no way to combine them and not avoid the negatives. So everyone has to decide what's your positive here. And can you live with the negative that goes with that positive?
And I would add, maybe we'll back and look at a bigger picture than just what's on the screen. Because I do think there is more to this picture than alleviating enrollment in one area. Okay, does anyone need any more discussion prior to a vote?
I do want to throw a curveball out there just to get a sense from everyone. I'm not going to blame Brian, but it did get me thinking some of your questions. Going back to Midas Creek, is there any appetite or do you see any downside to voting to keep Area 1 at Harriman High School for this boundary change?
I have an appetite.
They're split 50-50. So if you move them, half are going to be upset, and if you don't, half of them are going to be upset. The only question is, we don't have a majority that's leaning one way or another. So for me, there are other issues that tip those split 50-50. And so I don't...
You willing to speak to those?
Huh?
Those other things, are you willing to speak to
Yeah.
them?
Where we can, I would like to unify an elementary. I know we can't, but we have an opportunity, and the people are voting right now is I'm uncomfortable because I have an expectation that won't be met. Well, that's why I am very comfortable with the 12-year rollout. The only thing you can really complain about is you lose your busing. It interferes with sport or Little League football and anyone younger than kindergarten.
And a huge safety concern, because if they stay in Harriman Feeder and they lose their busing, now we have kids walking across Mountain View Corridor. Potentially. If they decide to stay and they don't have a ride because we took their busing away, we're going to have kids walking across Mountain View.
So for me, what tips the 50-50 here is the unification of the school. Because everyone who doesn't want to go can, you just lose your busing.
Can I add one more? It also puts students where we ultimately need them. Riverton is declining. It balances enrollments. So that is fiscally responsible. It also creates opportunities for students,
But
which is a
an-
priority.
That's an assumption that they're going to need them.
I mean, I don't think it's an assumption. We
educated
have a
assumption.
very educated backing to that. So, I mean, why are we paying a demographer if we don't believe the information we receive?
But the information we're receiving is changing dramatically year by year.
But the trend is continuing. It's changing, but the trend is
It's a
continuing.
different trend than it was a couple years ago.
I think the trend was always going to be declining enrollment in the eastern portion and increasing, and I don't think that has ever changed.
We have a declining
It's the-
population in the southern,
it's the-
which was a shock.
It's the rate that's changing.
But do you feel concerned that Harriman is not going to be growing?
I don't really have that concern. I just don't wonder if it's going to grow to an overcapacity. I can't predict that
I mean,
because we're not yielding as much of high school kids out of there as we used to.
2793
They were at 32 once.
is a ton of bodies in one school for one administration to manage.
They've managed higher.
But we built
I
them for that
speak-
capacity also,
I
right?
speak from experience.
And I will admit that enrollment is not driving this. And if you're making the case for this change on enrollment, yes, there are holes in the bag.
Because that doesn't need to be
If you are
immediate.
50-50 on an issue, enrollment may tip the scale. So if Area 1 is 50-50 for and against, then in my case, an enrollment tips the scale. Unification tips the scale. So what I don't believe is that there's a majority in one who want to go to Harriman. There is not. It is a 50-50.
And I'll tell you, when the state rolls out a new law that we follow, we give input and they consider it, and then they make the decision that they feel is best. So I'm going to use that model and say, I am going to listen to the input and consider the needs of youth football, and then I'm going to make the decision that serves my constituents best.
Thank you. I appreciate your thoughts. I don't know if there are any others before we move on.
So can we do the same thing with Midas Creek? If we do nothing, the school splits into 3 feeder systems and the Ute football remains Ute. If we go with the proposal, everyone at Midas Creek Elementary School will move to a middle school and a high school together. Those who choose to stay on the path they were headed just lose their busing, but they have every availability to go to those new schools. But we will interrupt Ute football.
I would like to see if this line of thinking bears any truth. When I look at the numbers at Harriman High School, for example, it looks to me like we could be making a change at Midas Creek to leave Harriman High School in 3 years, 4 years, not necessarily 5. It could be much sooner than that if we're looking at capacity with the trends predicted. So in a sense, giving a 12-year rollout to the kids now is more generous than they might get in 3 years where it wouldn't be allowed.
Absolutely. Today's numbers allow that generosity. Tomorrow's numbers may not.
What happens if we need to move them in that 5 years, but we've given them a 12-year rollout? No,
We
can't
deal
move.
with it then.
Yeah, then that board has to say, I don't know about that other board. They gave you a 12-year rollout, but we have to pull that back.
And they
We can only
revoke-
do the best we can now.
They can revoke any decision they want. Now would be a good time for a Gandalf quote. Oh, thank you.
Well, let's hear it.
Well, the
Okay.
network bars me. I have to be.
Oh my. Oh, is this subjectively or objectively sensitive, Bryce?
It is not. I
Maybe
would
not
like
the
to
quote,
state
but other things on
publicly,
the
it
side.
is not.
That was a joke.
As we wait
While he's
for
looking
the
that up,
quote,
it's
can we move
exhausting.
on to the next agenda item? Or do we, that's up to Madam President.
I was asking the question 10 minutes ago. Is there anything else you need before you can vote?
Here is the
I'm done.
Gandalf quote.
Yeah.
It is not our part to master. Oh, don't. It is not our part to master all the tides of the world, but to do what is in us for the succor of those years wherein we are set, uprooting the evil in the fields that we know, so that those who live may have clean earth to till. What weather they shall have is not ours to rule. Thank you, Gandalf.
Profound. Okay, so everyone is okay? You've had your, maybe not your questions answered, but the information you need to make a decision. Okay, let's move on then to our summer projects update. We'll see how far we can get. So Mr. Thomas, Rostrom, and Roberts, please join us at the table, and thank you for being here.
Dave's going to have me start. Well, it's that time of year that we just like to bring these projects back to you. We've been engaged in some design with the architects, and this is the time of year we like to come back and give you updated estimates and just kind of get your support moving forward as we work towards bids in February and March. So I'll let Dave kind of go through and talk about those or see if you have questions. As you can see by the summary that he's provided, we're very, very close, but wanted to answer any questions you might have or...
Yeah, it might just be easier if you have any questions on any particular items on the list. We can.
Were we waiting for these estimates to make a final decision on the board alternate? Do you remember, Bryce? Were we waiting to see how these estimates came back before we officially decided on that final item on the list?
No.
No?
I don't think so. Because of the swap between the transportation and the Bingham track, we kind of... So one option that's on the table is we could go back and resurface the transportation building. We didn't,
We
I don't
could-
think we proposed any alternates.
Correct. We could, but we really haven't been designing for that, have we?
Yeah, I think the Elk Ridge Middle School
Kinda took the-
auditorium sound was our, kind of the alternate.
Took the place of that for this year, was our
Then the-
recollection.
And then the Daybreak Elementary wasn't on the original, we was asked to look at including that one.
So I think our initial budget that we set was
that's right.
7.5
That's right.
million.
Elk Ridge was
So
the
we've
alternate.
exceeded that. Mm-hmm.
Elk Ridge was the alternate. I apologize. Elk Ridge was the alternate, and it does push us well over.
Well, and Daybreak Elementary. That was an add-on
Added later.
after that.
Right, which is why we're higher. So is the conversation if we would prioritize Daybreak Elementary or Elk Ridge? Is that
Can I ask,
question?
Or do all.
Or do all? That's
is,
a great point.
is Daybreak Elementary's upgrades fully on our shoulders?
Yes.
They won't participate in any of that.
Yes, because they don't need to. I think it's all for us. That was our understanding.
Maybe we could get a letter of support from them.
I needed that.
At least give us some support, you know?
You just ran over what improvements are included in the Daybreak Elementary. We talked about a lot.
We did.
I'm not sure which ones we landed on.
I'll let Mr. Rostrom and Ian talk about those.
Yeah, so we would put a divider wall in the main hallway between the rec center, and we would have to put an egress out the rec center side, which they were, as we met with them, they were willing to give up some office space in order to create that extra exit. So I guess there is a little bit of participation from the rec center on that. And then also up around the track, putting a barrier so it's not visible for anybody that's in the weight room or walking the track would be able to see down into the gym
But
portion.
nothing to do with parking.
Correct.
So the West Jordan project lined up differently than we thought. And so we have a little bit more money now than we had anticipated. Finance committee said, would we have proposed a different budget? Maybe, maybe not. So I don't know that going over dramatically is a really bad thing, but I'm questioning. I'm fine with the Daybreak. I'm just questioning whether or not we should do Elk Ridge.
Yeah, I would like to try and stick with our budget because I see Daybreak as more of a safety concern. I would like to make that more of a priority than the sound system upgrades at Elk Ridge, even though I do support them getting better sound because I know it's not great. But that's kind of how I'm viewing.
Will you remind me of Finance Committee's recommendation for summer projects budget?
7.5 million.
And the sound upgrades are way over what we thought they would be.
So I move that we move forward with all of the projects except for Elk Ridge Middle School.
Was that a motion?
So we have a motion by Mr. Denford, seconded by Ms. Wood, that we move forward with all of the summer projects as listed except for the board alternate at Elk Ridge Middle. Any discussion?
I did want to mention that we approved this list minus Daybreak. Everyone was good with that. Subsequent to that approval, the Daybreak Elementary things came up. And as a board, we approved that money. I don't remember having a discussion at the time that we approved that money that we were going to replace one of the items on this list. I was under the impression that that our original summer projects list was approved, and that in addition to that, we had approved additional funding for the Daybreak change.
Isn't-
So I would like to move ahead with all of these items, but that was how I understood.
I can't recall if we had proposed to put Daybreak on summer projects or if that just kind of got assumed.
So are you making a counter proposal?
Well, this is part of the discussion.
Partly what I would love to do is table it, its approval, let finance take a look at this and see if it fits within the budget, looking at West Jordan, all those things, and then bring that information back to us. I would like to have all the projects done this year, but we are over. But it sounds like what Bryce is saying, we have some money, but I would
My
like to have you guys
proposal is
look
what
at.
I am comfortable with. If we take the
And so bringing
550,
it back to your committee is not going to help you. You're pretty confident.
unless those two want to speak up, my proposal is what I'm comfortable with. If we drop the alternate, then that puts us exactly where I'm comfortable price-wise.
And I understood that Elk Ridge Middle Auditorium. Am I okay to say
Yeah.
this? Yeah, Elk Ridge Middle Auditorium and sound upgrades were an alternate, like not a definite. And I am highly in favor of the improvements to Daybreak.
What Brian says is without Daybreak sneaking into the list after we approved it, that alternate would have been approved. So the question is there a way the finance committee can see if we can find the money to do it all now instead of pushing that one out? Because it would have made it had Daybreak not snuck in on the list.
You want to know the downsides of spending more money than the finance committee recommended.
This year's money is a lot less than we normally approve, but we are doing the West Jordan project. But if the West Jordan project now is smaller this year than we thought, I would much rather have Elk Ridge done this year if we can find the money, because next year we might not be able to find the money, because West Jordan could be a bigger project next year if it's left.
West Jordan is covered. West Jordan is not summer project money.
And
But it's finance money.
safety is a higher priority to me than the auditorium and sound upgrades. As far as capital projects, it moves it higher on the list than the alternate. I agree with what Aaron said. Yeah.
Is that a call to question?
I move that we call the question.
Okay, I have a motion for a call to question. Do I have to do roll call? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed?
Nay.
I'll go nay also.
Then it's not,
Then that just means that we vote on the motion, right?
if it passed, but
Does it have to pass unanimously, the call to question?
no. Okay, then I thought it did. Okay, then that motion carries. So all in favor of the motion to approve the 2026 summer projects, including all listed items except for the Elk Ridge Middle School Board alternate, say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Okay, we have 5 in favor and 2 opposed, Dr. Robinson and Mr. Barnett. Did I get that right? Okay, so that motion carries. Okay,
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
thank you. All right, why don't we go ahead and take a break, and then we will resume our study session following our general session. Everyone okay with that? Okay. Welcome to the Jordan School District Board of Education meeting. Today is Tuesday, November 18th, and we're so happy to have all of you with us today, whether in person or if you're joining us online. Welcome. We're happy to have you. All right. I am Nikki George. I am the Jordan School District Board President. And joining us today are all members of the Board of Education, Ms. Lisa Dean, Ms. Suzanne Wood, Ms. Erin Barrow, Mr. Brian Barnett, Mr. Bryce Denford, and Dr. Daryl Robinson. As well, we have our Superintendent, Dr. Anthony Godfrey, our Associate Superintendent, Dr. Mike Anderson, and our Business Administrator, Mr. John Larson, as well as our Board Attorney, Mr. Paul Van Komen. Right, let's go ahead and get started with our agenda. We'll first have a flag ceremony, Pledge of Allegiance, and National Anthem. And we are so excited to have the students of West Jordan Middle School joining us. So we'll invite Gage Naylor, who is the Student Body Vice President at West Jordan Middle School, and Student Body Officers in Latino in Action Leadership for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good evening. I call this meeting of the Jordan School District to order. Please stand for the presentation of colors, the Pledge of Allegiance, and the singing of the National Anthem. Please rise.
Color Guard, attention, forward march. Color Guard, halt, present colors. Okay. Please join me in the National Anthem. In the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The West Jordan Middle School Latinos in Action Latinos in Action Officer Kaylee Busha will now perform the national anthems for us all. Oh. What? No, you give it. You give it.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does the star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you, color guard. Retire the colors. Color guard, you may be excused. Thank you. You may be seated.
What a beautiful opportunity. Thank you. All right. We'll now have our reverence, by Tess Rogerson, the 8th grade student body president.
I decided to choose a quote said by Harriet Tubman. It says, "Every great dream begins with a dreamer. Always remember you have the strength within you, the patience and the passion to reach for the stars and change the world." I remember when I was in 3rd grade, I did a report on Harriet Tubman, and I had a wonderful 3rd grade teacher. She showed me this quote, and even from being that little and that young, I knew that it was powerful and that it was important. And I just really, truly believe that if everybody knew that they had the power and the strength to change the world, that people could do great things, and the world would be a great place. So.
And now for our celebrating schools, we'll invite Penny Wheelwright, the 9th grade student body president.
Good evening, Jordan School District board members, Superintendent Godfrey, Associate Superintendent Anderson, Business Director John Lawrenson. My name is Penny Wheelwright, and it is my honor and privilege to share with you why West Jordan Middle School is an exemplary school in Jordan School District. Our school motto this year is Lions Lead, Lions Learn. This year's motto fully supports West Jordan Middle's commitment to building a school culture and community where high expectations are met with high levels of support. With each student knowing that when they are safe, responsible, and respectful, learning flourishes and character development grows and thrives. Our school's character and citizenship criteria are made up of these 3 areas of safety, responsibility, and respect. West Jordan Middle has much to be proud of. Through the combination of effective instruction and interventions and support from our phenomenal faculty and staff, students' learning is a primary focus of every classroom. To further support each student succeeding, after-school tutoring is offered to support each student in our learning journey. West Jordan Middle teachers are active in the PLC process to review and provide the best possible lessons to all students. In addition to daily lessons, West Jordan Middle provides students with leadership opportunities through student groups like Student Body Officer, National Junior Honor Society, Latinos in Action, Polynesian Group, and Black Student Alliance. We have many students that play for high school athletic teams, cheer, and other high school level activities. I would like to publicly celebrate the recent successes of West Jordan Middle School Unified Sports Soccer Team that won in the recent district tournament. Great job, West Jordan Unified Soccer. Another incredible part of the West Jordan Middle School is the annual Noche Latina celebration, led by Mr. Gubernick and our Latino in Action, organized this amazing community outreach event where West Jordan Middle welcomes members of the community to a night of dance, singing, and performances, showcasing the amazing Latin cultures and groups within our communities. We are so excited for this incredible annual event. A final area of celebration and recognition is our annual We the People competition. West Jordan Middle is proud to continue to be a statewide leader and participant in this amazing national program. Mr. Shields and Miss May each year organize and ensure that every single 8th grade student participates in this research and presentation opportunity, where within small groups, mock congressional hearings about United States constitutional topics are held. West Jordan Middle is proud to say that we have helped support other amazing Jordan School District middle schools to integrate this program with the U.S. history curriculum. Thank you to each of you here in this room that have helped participate as judges at our school competition. Finally, it is very much worth noting that we have a successful after-school program. After-school programs are in full swing at West Jordan Middle School. As the largest public school program in the Utah After-School Network, we keep busy. with all activities free of ranging from tutoring to open gym and esports to nail design studio and more. Students have a wide range of activities to attend and participate in. We are proud to say that each year, over half of our students participate in some level of daily programs. This is made possible through grants including the Ron McBride Foundation and the CCLC federal grants. Thank you to the board and district administration for this opportunity to share just some of the reasons why West Jordan Middle School is an incredible place of learning, support, and harbor of the leaders of the future. Thank you.
Wow, what an amazing opportunity for us to hear the great things that are happening at West Jordan Middle School and to witness firsthand the talent. That was really a treat for us to have you here, so thank you. I'd like to take just a minute and recognize all of the parents or employees from West Jordan Middle School who are here supporting these students. Will you please stand up and let us give you a round of applause? Thank you for all that you do for these students. And then the students, we would love to have an opportunity to shake your hands. If you would line up starting on this end of the dais and then just come down, we have a little gift for you, and we would just love to say thank you for being here. One of the best things about board meetings for us is to be able to spotlight our students and to hear all the great things that are happening. But we understand all those great things take time. So if you would like to slip out of the meeting, please know we're not offended. Feel free to head out. Or if you want to stay, we'd love to have you. We'll now move on to our resolutions of appreciation with Ms. Dean.
Whereas dedicated service to Jordan School District was faithfully and effectively performed. Whereas they consistently and conscientiously executed their responsibilities with integrity, honesty, and loyalty. Be it therefore resolved that the Jordan School District Board of Education and District Administration declare appreciation for the outstanding service that was performed in the cause of public education, and hereby express our sorrow at the death of this valued friend. Shirley Johnson Madsen, teacher.
Thank you. We'll now move to board member recognitions.
I guess it's up to me to go first. Okay. So I have several, and one is for our community. Over the past few weeks, I have had so many stakeholders reach out to me, and I've seen so many different people come to public hearings and give public comment. And I've talked to people on the phone. I've received texts and emails and phone calls. And I just want to say how much I appreciate the political activism in our district. I really am I really appreciate the example of being an engaged citizen. That's one of the things we want for our graduates, the people who graduate from Jordan School District. And I feel like parents and students are being engaged citizens by participating in the process and reaching out to their elected representatives on the school board. And I hope that that continues. Also, I was able to attend the Future Teacher Fest for 8th graders at the JATC North campus. And it was amazing. I did not go to any of the breakout sessions, but I was able to talk to Julie Scherzinger about the process of how students were invited and some of the thinking behind it. And I appreciate the effort and the thought that has gone into this. So our students in middle school take an aptitude test through U-Science, and then students that show certain aptitudes are invited to attend conferences and choose from different breakout sessions to find their interests. And the one that I happened to go to, as I said before, it was for future teachers. And I really appreciate this. I feel like it is helping our students become curious thinkers, because they may not have realized they had a certain aptitude, and then they are able to pursue information. Well, I pursue is the wrong word, but receive information about things within that aptitude that might interest them. And so I really appreciate that. And then another thing, I did not go to this whole conference, but I went to the beginning part of the PTA advocacy conference that was held at the Jordan Learning Center. And listening to these past state PTA presidents talk about the different advocacy initiatives that they have had throughout the years, it was very, very impressive. And I appreciate so much the local PTAs and their commitment to being responsible teammates and creative problem solvers. And then I appreciate the PTA on each level working to help our students, the students throughout the state, to receive the highest quality public education that they can. And anyway, I just wanted to express appreciation for that. And this is not necessarily a recognition, but if you are looking for something to do this weekend, our high schools in Jordan School District, this is the weekend that they are having their musical theater productions. And so if you are looking for something fun, these productions are amazing and they are very fun.
I'll take just a minute. Sorry, we're all looking for a cue from each other. I have spent a few hours since our last board meeting sitting in school community council meetings, and have been so impressed by the caliber of the people who are willing to step up, put their name on a ballot to get voted on, which is very intimidating, and serve our schools. I've been so impressed with the dialogue that I've heard there, with the questions that are being asked and the solutions that are being come to. So I just wanted to give a shout out and a thank you to those who are willing to serve on our school community councils. It is so important. And then I can't not also mention the Future Teachers Fest. It was so exciting to see the options and pathways that are available for students in Jordan School District. So I want to say a huge thank you to our CTE team, who are helping students to understand the potential for their future. So that's it for me this time.
So tonight I would like to recognize our stellar communications team at the Jordan School District. I'd like to list them by name and what they do. Craig Williams is our marketing and social media specialist. Chad Margetts is our web manager. Doug Flagler is our communication specialist. And the director is Sandy Riesgraf. If you have ever listened to the Supercast, or if you follow us on Facebook or Instagram, if you've received a notice from our communications team on Parent Square, I just want to acknowledge them for all the work they do behind the scenes, because it's communication that helps us stay connected, and telling these stories in a way that connects us all is really invaluable, and they do it so well and so professionally. So I just want to recognize the Jordan School District communications team.
Last call? Okay, perfect. Thank you. It's fun to hear all of the good that's happening in our district. Okay, let's now move to our superintendent's recognitions with Dr. Godfrey.
Thank you. Because we are now in the month of November, we have passed the deadline, the goal for kindergarten students to reach Planet Kindergarten. They work on reaching Planet Kindergarten by learning their letters and sounds by the beginning of November. And we have, I got to visit Riverton Elementary and see the students and teachers who'd worked so hard to arrive at Planet Kindergarten. And that goal has made such a huge difference for students to really try to get there. And it has, we've shown some great improvement year over year. Just incredible things are happening in kindergarten, and our teachers do a tremendous job, and the board has voted to support the work that they do. It's just really important and really successful right now. We have some teachers who have gone from 8% of their class last year reaching this goal to 100. It's emotional for me to think about that, because sometimes it's about growth, not the goals, but this is both. This is growth where everyone reaches the goal. And even though there are many classes that made the 90s or the 80s, and everyone comes to kindergarten with a little bit of a different level of preparedness. And kindergarten teachers are teaching students to be in school, and sometimes parents to have kids in school. And it's really remarkable what happens so quickly, and the incredible growth that they have. I was able to record a supercast with these teachers at Riverton, who are representative of teachers throughout the district doing this great work. And it was fun to talk with kindergarten students about their favorite letters. It's generally the first letter of their first name, but they are really connected with their literacy and the work that they're doing. So great things happening. If you have a kindergartner in Jordan School District, you're really lucky.
So do you have to wear any special kind of suit to go to Planet Kindergarten?
Why, yes, I did. I wore my astronaut suit, and the kindergarten students were wearing their helmets made of grocery sacks, and the paper ones, not the plastic ones. And it was really, really fun. It was one of my favorite days. So kind of a version of graduating, your first big milestone as a student in Jordan District. So thanks to all those teachers who have made all those moments count leading up to the 1st of November.
You should wear your astronaut suit to board meeting.
I really should. I really should. That day will come, Daryl, I'm sure. Thank you.
Thank you. That was such a great opportunity for me as well to see that just raw enthusiasm of those students. Okay, we will now move into the public comment portion of our meeting. The Board of Education encourages public engagement. We value input from our residents, students, and employees. Just a few reminders. The board will not take public comment on personnel issues or statements regarding the character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of an individual during board meetings. If you have concerns of that nature, please feel free to email board members separately. If those wishing to have comments heard by the board are asked to list the topic that they intend to discuss as well as their name on the sign-up document or an email. So hopefully those who hope to speak saw the sign-up document on the way in. Comments, we ask that you keep them age appropriate. The board does not discuss issues that are not on the meeting's agenda. The board may ask staff to follow up on issues raised or may address them at a future meeting. And just a reminder that silence by the board on an issue does not suggest support or opposition to the message given. So at this time, we're going to begin by taking public comment on items not listed on the agenda. So for those of you who are here for boundaries and you're like, I was at the top of the list, because that's an agenda item, we'll call you up during the appropriate agenda item. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started on that. Just a reminder that there is a 3-minute time limit on public comments. We want to try to hear from as many people as possible. And we'll have in-person comments first, and then we'll do electronic comments. And when you're called to the podium, please remember to state your name. Okay, let's go ahead and begin tonight with Elliot Fisher. And following Mr. Fisher, Ms. Fisher, I apologize, we will hear from Jeff Rifleman.
Hello, my name is Elliot, and I am 8 years old. I go to Golden Fields Elementary. I am here today because I would like our school to have at least one vegetarian option every day. Sometimes it is a full lunch I can eat. Sometimes there isn't a full lunch I can eat, and I know other kids feel the same way. Having a vegetarian option every day would help kids who don't eat meat and kids with different cultures and religions. There are lots of easy meals we could have, like rice and beans and veggie chili, tofu bowls, and hummus with veggies. Other school districts already do this, and kind like kids like the options love like the options. I love my school, and I want all kids to have something healthy they can eat every single day. Thank you for listening. I hope you'll help make sure every kid in our district has at least one lunch they can eat every single day.
What a brave thing to do. Sure, you have something to share with us too? That's awesome. Thank you. I don't think I would have had that kind of courage as an 8-year-old. That's very impressive. Oh yeah. Miss Dean, will you grab a pin for her? We'll mark this occasion. Good idea. Thank you. Okay, we'll now hear from Jeff Rifleman, followed by Sean Mathis.
Good evening. It's good to see that later today you're going to have discussion on the G103. I'd like to quote for that quickly, that board members shall honor the high responsibility the Board of Education membership demands by, number one, thinking and acting always in terms of, quote, student first, unquote. Number two, understanding and accepting the basic function of a board member is policy making, not administration. So with that in mind, it's very clear that there are two separations here between the board and the district. The board is policy making. However, administration can't happen without clear policies that are made that the district can follow. One of the problems we have with that, if we look closely at what's called the manual procedures, Jordan Planning and Enrollment, and correlate that with AS 70. So I hope you're taking notes on this. So I've put this in emails before. How many of you, by raise of hand, have not received my email? So you have received the email, that's good. Those who responded, thank you very much. Those who haven't, I suggest you review it. In AS 70, it states, if a school employee knows reasonably suspects that a child is being abused or neglected, the employee shall immediately make an oral report to the school principal or his designee. Together, the principal and his or her designee and employee must make immediate contact with the nearest peace officer, local law enforcement agency, or Division of Family File Services to report the suspected abuse or neglect. That's pretty clear. However, your planning and enrollment manual procedures that goes out every year has a different version of that, which makes it difficult for any employee or person in administration purposes to be able to follow that. It states in this one, it says, report a suspected case to DCFS law enforcement in a timely manner. If the incident is reported to more than one agency, each agency that is notified shall receive both the verbal and written reports. Then it says specifically, a verbal report shall be immediately, italicized by your own manual, immediately made to DCFS, who will contact law enforcement with any knowledge of suspicion of neglect. Immediately, italicized again, inform a school administrator designee, together with a school employee and school administrator or designee shall immediately report to DCFS. This report may be made to a police officer or local law enforcement agency in italicized, in addition to DCFS and CPS. I asked you as an employee, have they been trained enough to say what's the difference here? Is it an obligation? Is it report to the police officer, the RSO? Do they call DCFS? How does that process work, and how is that protecting the student when the administration doesn't know what to do? That's on you as the policymakers to make that clear. Let's use one other analogy quickly in 13 seconds. Let's say the first three of you are in the back room here. Mr. Barnett is held down by the three of you. Mr. Dunford catches that. What's his obligation to report that? And how long do you expect the investigation to take to have that resolved? And will it take a year like it did for the student who reported here last month? And they got thousands of views? The finance administration took note of that? Protect your students. Clarify the procedures that you have an obligation to do. Please do that to protect your students. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Sean Mathis, followed by Kaya Falls. Kaya.
Hey, good evening. Sean Mathis. So in our last board meeting, you voted to purchase and assemble a plastic greenhouse kit on a concrete pad for a stunning $700,000. Since then, there have been a lot of questions from your constituents about what is costing so much. We continue today to have the same question. What is costing so much? We did some comparisons. We spoke to a company that built a 30,000 square foot commercial greenhouse growing medical marijuana. They built it 2.5 years ago. Because of the contents of this greenhouse, they have to comply with extreme government regulations and security. To help put our greenhouse in perspective, this commercial greenhouse, which is over 2,000 times the size of our greenhouse, costs less than half of what we're paying. What does our greenhouse have in it that this greenhouse does not? Where is the $700,000 going? We also spoke to a home builder who right now is building a 5,000 square foot home in multi-level home right here in Harriman. for $600,000, not including the land, similar to our school. We already own the land. This home includes more concrete, more infrastructure, and includes everything that comes with a beautiful modern home. Consider the difference. We, the taxpayers, can purchase this 5,000 square foot home for $100,000 less than you're building this small greenhouse. So where is the $700,000 going? Anyone that's listening to me here tonight or at home, contrary to the claims made by some of the board members, this is not like any other classroom. It doesn't have more windows and more natural lighting. It's a plastic clear greenhouse. This is not an extra wing to the school. It's not even attached to the school. And building this greenhouse isn't postponing the district from building a brand new high school, as has been reported. As was reported in the last board meeting by this exact administration, this is a plastic greenhouse being put on a slab of concrete, and we're adding some utilities. That's it. For any who think that this is incorrect, I looked at the bid. The bid describes the exact greenhouse and the exact model from the company we're buying it from. I called the company. I asked what the cost for the greenhouse is. It's much less than $100,000 to buy the kit. So where is the extra, like Mr. Barnett said, where is the extra $600,000 going? It can't be for the concrete and some utilities. Who's getting paid? Board members, the question that we have isn't related to the value of a greenhouse. It isn't about the value of teaching our children how to garden. It's about the cost to build the greenhouse. So again, we ask you the same exact question, the only question we've ever asked. Where is the money going? What is costing so much money? So far, we haven't received any answers. And so we continue to ask those. I'd ask you tonight to postpone this. Vote to postpone it. Why do we have to hurry? Is there some special deadline for this? I know, my time's almost up.
It's gone.
I know it's gone. Vote to postpone this. It needs to happen. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now hear from Kai Falls, and I'm so sorry if I'm saying it wrong.
I am agreeing to Elliot. I believe we should have more vegetarian meals. Here's why I think that. Students deserve a choice every day, not just sometimes, to have a vegetarian meal. A daily vegetarian meal makes lunch more fair. A vegetarian school lunch will benefit the students' health both mentally and physically, so they can have the best recess they can, so they can focus in class. A vegetarian meal would be cheaper than a meat meal. Kids do not eat lunch sometimes because they can't, because there's no vegetarian food. More kids will eat school lunch, so then there's more money for the school. It is encouraging kids to be a vegetarian. Reasons for being vegetarian. They do not want animals to be trapped in cages. Their culture makes it so that they can't eat meat. They want to be healthy and get more energy. Back to the first paragraph-like thing. Veggies do not expire as fast as meat. They would be able to follow house rules. Thank you.
Thank you. We're so grateful for those of you who have been here to speak in person. We will now hear our electronic comments.
All right, the first one is from Katrina Marshall. Hello, I'm reaching out today to voice my thoughts about the athletic field. My oldest daughter is a committed competitive dancer going on 7 years now. Many of my friends and neighbors have kids in competitive sports. As a parent, I dedicate a lot of time and commit to helping my kids grow and achieve their goals to the best of their abilities. Along with their work and our commitment, funds should be used to help provide a place for them to achieve their goals. I hope that this project is approved and sees the promising outcomes it can provide. Thank you for taking the time to read my email. Katrina Marshall. Sydney Apple. Hello, I want to express my interest in a Spanish immersion program at Aspen. I would really like to enroll my son, Boone Apple, in this program. Please address in next board meeting. I have seen the large and growing list of families interested. Thanks, Sydney Apple. Trent Assay. Please undo the vote to spend $700,000 on a greenhouse. The issue isn't the greenhouse, it's the overall cost that is not necessary. I know for a fact that you can build a 5,000 square foot home in Harriman for $600,000. $700,000 for a 1,300 square foot greenhouse is a wasteful spending of taxpayer dollars. Trent Assay. Emily Heyer. Dear members of the school board, I am writing to you as both a teacher in our district and a concerned parent regarding the lack of before and after school care programs at our elementary schools. While I have already discussed this issue with the superintendent, I strongly believe it warrants a broader, community-wide conversation. Currently, none of our elementary schools offer before or after school care. This poses a huge challenge for working families, both employees of the district and residents, who struggle to find safe, affordable options for their children during times that fall outside standard school hours. Many neighboring districts provide free or low-cost care programs, and the charter school just blocks from my own building offers affordable care, including coverage on professional development days. As a teacher, I face the daily issue of having no district-supported place for my own child to go during my contracted hours. I know I am not alone in this. Many colleagues and parents have expressed similar concerns. If before or after school programs are not feasible at this time, I respectfully urge the board to consider alternative solutions, such as adjusting school hours or increasing transportation options to align school schedules and alleviate the burden on families. I hope this issue can be addressed to an upcoming agenda so the board can hear directly from those impacted. Our community needs solutions that support working families and ensure all children have access to safe, reliable care. Thank you for your time and consideration. Sincerely, Emily Heyer. Summer Bosch. Dear Jordan School District board members, thank you for all you do for Jordan School District. I appreciate the time and energy that you put into trying to make this district the best that it can be. I'm writing you in hopes that the board will consider solutions for safe and affordable before and after school programs for elementary aged children. I'm currently a district employee with a 5- and 2-year-old, both of whom attend a district daycare program ran by the district. These programs are incredible. It truly does set Jordan apart from other districts. I live outside of Jordan boundaries and at one point was considering teaching in a district that was much closer to my home. However, their lack of child care support for employees was the main factor in contributing to my decision to stay with Jordan. However, looking into the near future, I am concerned about what I will do when my child transitions to kindergarten and beyond. My contract hours make it impossible for me to provide transportation to schools in my geographic boundaries. Permitting to a school within Jordan School District is similarly challenging given the differing hours between elementary and secondary schools. This will be a problem that I will face for many years to come with minimal solutions other than seeking non-public educational offerings, something that goes against my own values as a strong supporter of public schooling. I find myself wondering what other employees in my situation are doing, especially if their spouses or partners have inflexible work schedules such as mine. I would love to see the board consider this issue and perhaps look to other districts such as Granite, Salt Lake, and Canyons that do offer before and after school solutions, not only to the benefit of their employees, but to their community as a whole. I believe this would be a popular program that employees and community members would be willing to supplement financially. I would be happy to brainstorm potential solutions or discuss this further with any board member that is available to meet with me. Thank you for your time. Summer Bosch. And the others are boundary changes.
Right. That is the end of public comment for items not listed on the agenda. So we'll now move into our general business, and I'll accept a motion to approve consent agenda items.
I move that we approve consent agenda items A, B, and C.
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. Barrow, that we approve consent agenda items A, B, and C. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed, please say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Moving into general business, I'll accept a motion to accept the consent agenda.
I move that we accept the consent agenda items A, B, C, and D.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. Barrow, to accept consent agenda items A through D. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed, please say nay. Great. We'll now move into our special business items. I'll now hear a motion for boundary change. Well, no. First of all, we're going to move into public comment. I apologize. Regarding the recommendation to approve boundary changes for the Midas Creek area. So we're specifically looking at Midas Creek area right now. So we will hear from the public first with Leslie Dixon, followed by Jordan Dixon.
Good evening, Jordan School Board members. I'm here tonight to make a final plea. Please vote no on the proposed Midas Creek boundary change, or at minimum, implement a double feeder option. We cannot consider the needs of some students while ignoring others. Please consider all children affected, not only the loudest voices demanding immediate change. Moving boundaries in haste will create avoidable disruption. Sixth grade is an emotional time for many kids. Goodbyes at the end of the year are normal, but that does not justify rushing a decision that will have lasting effects on families, schools, and community programs. Midas Creek Elementary currently has about 136 graders who would be split across three middle schools. While parents' concerns are real and understandable, splitting this cohort does not dramatically improve or hurt middle school enrollment totals. What it will do if you unify is fracture youth programs that feed our high schools. I understand some board members view youth sports as outside their purview, but youth sports are part of the long-term health of our high school athletics and extracurriculars. Depleting one school youth program reduces the talent pipeline into high school. Conversely, directing many players into an already crowded district can create an overabundance of athletes entering high school at once and reduce development and playing opportunities for everyone. Historically, the Ute Conference has aligned its boundaries with high schools. We cannot rely on them to ignore these boundaries if the district changes. This proposal risks divisiveness and unnecessarily strain on community athletics. If you intend to vote yes, please present a plan B. Many families who oppose the change want an alternative rather than having it forced on them. We elect school board members to weigh all community input and present options, not to approve a single solution that benefits a subset of families. A practical compromise would be to make Midas Creek Elementary a double feeder, allow it to feed into both Oker Hills Middle School and Copper Mountain Middle School, and give families transportation options. Let families choose the right fit for their child instead of opposing one system on everyone. Permits already work for some families. Expanding that mentality could preserve youth programs while accommodating parental preference. Another compromise is to keep boundaries the same while enabling or expanding permit and transportation options to Riverton and Oker Hills Middle School for those who want them. This would allow youth sports numbers and community patterns to adjust organically before making a permanent boundary change. Moving to middle school is already hard for a lot of students. Forcing a boundary change midstream will likely increase anxiety and disruption more than the normal stress of starting 7th grade. Many students naturally form new social groups. Thank you. My husband will finish.
Okay, we'll now hear from Jordan Dixon, who will be followed by Kirsten Caldwell.
Hi, thank you. Jordan Dixon. I'm going to finish what we came here to say. The last thing we want to do here is consider the timing. At the time of the Moab discussions, parents knew that Midas Creek Elementary might feed into 3 middle schools, and were accepting of that. Today's kindergarten class at Midas Creek is about 80 students. Enrollment projections suggest that numbers will decline over the next 5 to 6 years. If change is warranted, delaying until the numbers make the transition less disruptive would give families, schools, and sports programs time to plan and adapt. Thank you for listening to what we have to say. I urge you to vote based on the facts and the long-term community well-being, not the emotion and pressure from a vocal minority. Please choose an option that allows as many families as possible to succeed. Please vote to postpone this. If we're talking about unity, we have unity in our youth programs, and that's proven here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now hear from Kirsten Caldwell, who will be followed by Alexandria Humphreys. Oh, excuse me, not Alexandria Humphreys. She's for another one. Who will be followed by, and I apologize, Janet Sanders, who is here to speak about our boundary changes in general, but I forgot to announce her earlier. So, Kirsten, come on up.
Good evening, Jordan School Board members. My name is Kirsten Caldwell, and I'm here tonight to express my strong opposition to the proposed boundary change to the Midas Creek Elementary that would unify students to Oker Mountain Middle School and Riverton High School. One of the greatest strengths of our community is its diversity of educational paths. Our neighborhood is unique in that the students attend different middle school and high schools, and yet they remain connected through sports, community programs, and genuine friendships. I believe this diversity teaches our children valuable lessons about independence, inclusivity, and the ability to maintain relationships across schools, teams, and other interests. It creates healthy rivalry, broader social experiences, and a stronger sense of community. My biggest concern with this proposed boundary shift is that it appears to be driven more by emotion and a desire to preserve elementary age friendships rather than by educational need, capacity issues, or program availability. All current middle school and high school options available to our children offer excellent academic and extracurricular experiences. We are extremely fortunate in that regard. I have yet to meet a student that is going into 7th grade or a new school that doesn't experience anxiety regardless of which schools their elementary friends attend. It is a big change, and as many of us know, friendships naturally shift as students transition into junior high and high school. I would also like to address the significant impact this change would have on the Harriman Youth Program, a program my family and I are deeply involved in. After the last boundary change that created Mountain Ridge, our district's youth football community was split, and it has taken more than 5 years of hard work to rebuild, and we are still the smallest of the big districts. That change will affect our community and our numbers significantly. Despite playing for different districts, our players all compete under the same conference, which enriches the experience. They get to play with and against their friends, reinforcing good sportsmanship, teamwork, resilience, and community pride. Programs like this keep kids engaged in school and community, encourage good grades, and help foster responsible, motivated young people. Another major boundary shift risks undoing years of progress. You may think to yourself, it's just sports, but in all reality, these youth football programs are a feeder to the high school football programs. And do you know what brings in the most revenue to a high school besides government funding? Football. I understand that boundary changes will inevitably be needed as the area grows. However, I do not believe this proposed change is necessary or urgent at this time. Recent rapid decisions related to boundaries and enrollment have shown that acting too quickly can lead to unintended negative consequences. In closing, I would like to propose another option to look at. Rather than pursuing a full unification to one school, which removes choice and disrupts well-established community pathways, I encourage the board to consider a more balanced two-way split that preserves the Harriman-Copper Mountain school boundary. This approach maintains stability, respects existing feeder patterns, and continues to support the athletic and extracurricular communities that our families have worked so hard to build. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Janet, I apologize. I talked to you about this before and had other things in my brain.
No worries. I am Janet Sanders, a parent of 6 Jordan School District former students, 2 current grandkids in Jordan School District. I'm also a teacher and the president of the Jordan Education Association. And in my role as president, as the board knows, I either attend virtually or in person every study session, every board meeting, and this is my 4th year doing this. So I just wanted to express my gratitude to the board for the careful consideration that they have been giving these boundary changes. I think that there has been so much discussion. People truly are concerned with what is the best for our students. They are weighing so many different possibilities and options and trying so hard to provide alternatives that will satisfy the most people. But it's just an impossible to win kind of a situation because there are going to be people who feel strongly one way or the other, no matter what they decide. So I just wanted to take a minute to thank the board for all their careful deliberation and express to the community that having witnessed all of these discussions and public hearings and everything else, this was not done quickly. This has been done with much discussion for months and months, and surveys and extensions of those surveys, and careful consideration and listening to so many people and having public meetings and chances for people to come in and comment, requests for emails, mailers. I mean, the efforts have been great for all of these boundary changes, and I just wanted to recognize that, and thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate your dedication. You have sat through a lot of hours. Okay, that is the end of the public comment that I have in person. I just want to make sure there's not someone here who missed the sign up that intended to speak. Okay, perfect. Do we have electronic?
Brittany Nunley. Hello, board members. Thank you for taking time to read my email and hear the thoughts from our community. My name is Brittany Nunley. I am a mom of 3 lifelong Midas Creek students, Carter 6th grade, Zach 3rd grade, Zoe's kindergarten. I am against the boundary change that has been proposed, and here's why. While the idea of having the school split into 3 junior high to high schools is not ideal, forcing our neighborhood through a boundary change to attend a school that is not near our neighborhood doesn't make a lot of sense. I think everyone agrees that we want our kids to go to just one school, but I think no matter what option is proposed, 2/3 of parents will be upset because it wasn't their chosen school. I also think that friendships can survive this. Your friends from elementary school obviously live near enough to attend the same school when they live near enough to maintain friendships, as most would be walking, biking distance. In this age of technology, it's very easy to keep in touch. I am of the opinion that if a friendship isn't maintained after you change schools, that is a choice. I'm aware that there have been several options proposed, and it starts to get messy when you add in the bus element. What I propose as an alternative idea, I propose that students from Midas Creek Elementary only have the guaranteed option to permit to any of the 3 schools we feed into, Copper Mountain Middle, Oker Hills Middle, and South Hills Middle, with the permit allowing them to follow that path to their assigned high school from the middle school. This guarantee would make it easier for sports, academics, etc., as once you have made your choice, you don't have to worry if your permit will be accepted each year. I'm aware that this still splits the school into 3, but friendships, sports, and families don't always follow boundary lines. This allows each student or family to make their own choice that is best for them. I do realize we have a school population to take into account, but each sixth grade class only puts a small dent in the population of each school, not significant enough to tip scales one direction or another, especially considering we were going to send the whole class to one school as it is proposed. This will affect buses, so I do realize there might need to be a default school to allow busing, and if you go outside of that school, you would be responsible for your child's transportation. Thank you for taking your time to read this and serve on our local school board. Your work and effort does not go unnoticed. Brittany Nunley. Cindy Cassidy. I am writing to request that Midas Creek be kept as a multiple feeder school. As a first-year participant in the Ute Conference football organization, these teams really do become like family. Not only will a large portion of players no longer play for Harriman, the remaining players participating will have larger teams and significantly less playing time. Please keep everything as is. Thank you, Cindy Cassidy.
You. Okay. As we have reached the end of our public input, I will now entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the recommendation for the boundary changes to balance enrollment and align middle and high school boundaries for the Midas Creek area.
I second.
We have a motion by Mr. Barnett, a second by Ms. Dean, that we approve the boundary changes as they have been proposed to balance enrollment and align middle and high school boundaries for the Midas Creek area. Is there discussion to that motion? Really?
We had a lengthy discussion earlier today. Many of the, or all, I think all the board members expressed their opinions on both.
Yeah, I'm not going to rehash how I'm voting, but if anyone wants to know why I'm voting the way I am, they can listen to the study session.
It's, I appreciate the comments that were made regarding the amount of time and effort that have gone in to these boundary changes. I agree it wasn't rushed. It was well thought out. It was presented by staff that have done boundary changes for many years. And you know, I've been on the board for 3 years. I've been involved in just a handful of boundary changes. And through each one, I've noticed that there will always be a group of people who are dissatisfied with the decision. I believe we did the best we possibly could to prevent dissatisfaction by giving guaranteed permits to whatever feeder system you wanted to go to. And I know that's not ideal, but that was, in my opinion, very generous and sensitive. It was an act of sensitivity for those people in the Midas Creek area who I know are going to be upset. So I was pleased with that as a board. And I also want to remind the public that the purposes for this boundary change were to unify the school so that it just had one feeder system. Because having 3 feeder systems causes a lot of problems for the elementary school staff, teachers. There are some touch points between a middle school and an elementary school. And I think primarily around the 6th grade class. Middle school staff come and they talk to the 6th graders who are going to be going to their school. And when you have 3 middle schools trying to coordinate that and trying to figure out which students are going where, my impression when I heard that was that it wasn't trivial to try to deal with that. So that was one of the primary reasons that this boundary change was proposed. And another secondary reason was to try to balance enrollment, to try to move kids from a growing area to a declining area. Yeah.
Area with declining enrollment.
That was a secondary purpose. And then as we heard from the public, we realized that maybe a third reason was that it's a difficult transition to go from 6th grade to middle school, especially as it relates to friendships. So I don't want to make it sound like that our primary reason was to help 6th graders keep their friendships. There were other reasons why this boundary change came up, not to try to help friendships stay together. That was kind of a secondary purpose.
And I want to say how much I appreciate families coming and bringing kids to the school board meeting. I appreciate your presence here. And I feel for you looking at this, thinking about how much you love your teams and love playing with the people you've played with for years. And I can appreciate that. And I have thought about it and the pain that this potentially causes to a community, a team community. I do put a high priority on aligning a feeder system, and this is a logical, like taking all feelings out of it. This is, to me, appears a very logical time and way to do alignment. And I'm not trying to justify any decision I make, but that is what I'm thinking about as I vote.
I would also just like to say, as a new board member, this has been a very educational experience for me with these boundary changes, learning how they work, getting lots of information from staff, asking tons of questions, mulling it all over, hearing from public comment, which I really, really appreciate all of the diverse comments and viewpoints that have been spoken at these meetings through emails and phone calls. And it has been something that has weighed on my mind for a long time, and I've been thinking about, and so it's hard to make these decisions. I knew what I was getting into when I decided to run for the school board, and so I appreciate all that you have contributed, and know that your comments did not fall on deaf ears, but we do have to make hard choices, and that aren't going to please everyone all the time, which is hard, but the way I will be voting is how I feel best, just kind of aligns boundaries and our district as a whole. So.
I want to point out that this community reached out to me in December of 2024, and I, for one, went to numerous meetings at the school with the principal, with parents. This is something that the community's been talking about for almost a year now. I don't know any other boundaries. I've been on the board for 9 years, and I don't know any other boundary change that has had that level of scrutiny.
I listened. Thank you for coming and speaking out.
Everybody get a chance to speak that wanted to? Okay, so we have a motion to approve the Midas Creek boundary changes as they have been proposed. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
So those boundary changes are approved with a vote of 6-1, with the opposing vote going to Dr. Darrell Robinson.
Can I ask staff that as we now start the process of identifying who's going to permit and who's not, that we educate everyone, I know you're going to do that, but let's educate everyone as to what their options are and begin that. I just would love everyone to know that there are choices to be made.
Did you want that right now? Or,
No, I just know that they're.
okay, sorry. I thought you wanted them to go over it, so I'm pausing awkwardly. Okay, perfect. Let's move on to agenda item 6B, a recommendation to approve the boundary changes to balance enrollment in the northwest area of the district. We'll go ahead and start with public comment. Thank you for coming, those who are leaving, by hearing from Alexandria Humphreys.
I'm Alexandria Humphreys. I know you're probably sick of seeing me up here and hearing what I have to say. If this passes tonight, I have to be able to go home and tell my daughter I did everything I possibly could to keep Copper Canyon from meeting the same fate that Mr. Barnett was just talking about with Midas Creek. This boundary change causes those exact same problems at Copper Canyon. It splits our school 3 ways, and it does that in such a way that our high school kids will be prevented from participating in activities that happen before and after school without having the confidence to drive over 5 miles to school with traffic. You've heard from staff at Copper Hills telling you that they don't feel overburdened by the numbers they have there. You have heard from the Copper Hills Community Council that this change will hurt Copper Hills High School. There are other ways to remove numbers from Sunset Ridge. This change moves 150 kids out of West Hills and 300 in, which tells me there's room for 150 of those kids in Falcon Ridge boundaries to be moved into West Hills without moving us. Please consider the impact that this will have on our schools and our kids. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Do we have electronic comments?
Chris Kuhlemeyer. Hello, my name is Chris Kuhlemeyer, and I proudly serve as Director of Bands at Copper Hills High School. In my 4 years of employment with Jordan District, I have had an incredible experience fueled by passionate students, involved parents, exceptional colleagues, and supportive administration. These elements, paired with my passion for music education and the band community in West Jordan, have helped me grow the Copper Hills Band program from a 60-piece marching band to a program of over 250 dedicated musicians who live to improve, impress, contribute, and perform in any capacity, especially on stage with platinum-selling band AJR. I have thoroughly enjoyed my time working with many parties involved to ensure my students may thrive both in and beyond the band program here, and look forward to many more years to come at dear old Copper Hills High. One of the biggest factors which contributes to the success of co-curricular and extracurricular programs is a sense of community our students share. Additionally, our students benefit incredibly via the cohesive result of effective vertical alignment between schools. Community. I understand a vote is on the agenda to approve or deny the boundary changes for the Northwest area this evening. I encourage you to consider the sense of community our students may or may not experience with the proposed changes. In the interest of time, I urge you to consider all the reasons proposed for the approval of the Midas Creek area proposal as reasons to deny the Northwest proposal. Splitting a feeder system in this matter will give our students a less unified experience as they separate from social groups through each school transition, not to mention the proximity challenges. Additionally, recruiting efforts made by each high school and middle school's program, such as band, may not be as effective under this proposal. My middle school colleagues and I tour each of our feeder elementaries each year to bring music to the 5th and 6th graders, highlighting the opportunities they will have in future years to experience and learn music in the ensemble setting. By splitting our feeder system, many Bingham-bound students may have additional noise in information or lose opportunities advertised by each path, not to mention the doubling of time requested by each secondary circuit of Copper Canyon to propose 2 recruitment assemblies, one for Bingham, one for Copper Hills, leading to a loss of instructional time. My students recount some of their favorite memories and lessons through band, often as follows. Quote, I most appreciate getting to know my friends and bandmates on a much deeper level than in any other class. Having met many of them in 1st or 2nd grade, I never would have thought that one day they would be my section leader or best friend, but here we are. When my friend encouraged me to join band, I was hesitant, but I am now so glad I could be part of this, end quote. While I paraphrase a bit, the sentiment is common. We risk losing students in the performing arts without the sense of comfort achieved in a sense of community. It goes on for quite a ways. So, oh.
That is the end of public comment on this agenda item. I'll now accept a motion.
May I motion to separate this boundary change vote so that we will vote separately on areas 1 and 2 together and area C separately?
Second that.
Just so I'm sure before I restate, you would like to
Separate C out.
separate
C
C out
out from 1 and 2. So C
from
will
1
be-
and 2, but you're still making a motion to approve the full boundary, or are you just motioning for C?
I'm only motioning to
Approve area C?
approve area C.
Okay, gotcha, thanks. Okay, so I have a motion by Ms. Barrow, a second by Ms. Wood, that,
I think we need to clarify. The
Okay.
parliamentarian is going to clarify. You are motioning that we separate.
The
But what
votes.
she stated was that we approve item C.
There we go. So yes, thank you for
So
allowing
you're
that
not necessarily
clarification.
motioning that we separate. You are simply motioning that we approve items or area C's boundary change.
So that is the intent. Originally, though, the way I stated it the first time, I wanted to separate the votes so that we could have separate votes. Didn't necessarily mean to vote for area C at the beginning, but my intent is to separate them so that I can
So it's 2 different
approve
motions.
Area
So,
C.
but what she stated isn't what you motioned. So are you okay with her statement? Or would you ask the chair to restate your motion?
I am okay with the way my motion was stated.
Right.
thank you for clarifying. Okay, so we have a motion from Ms. Barrow, a second, Ms. Wood, you're still
Yes,
good
I
with your
still
second? Okay, that we approve the area C boundary change as it has been recommended. Yes, okay. Any discussion to that motion?
I voiced this already. This is another point of inconsistency that this board has. We're trying to balance population in one area, but we're literally pulling kids from our lowest enrolled high school and putting it in a Fuller school. So again, what are our priorities? I will be voting no.
I plan on voting no also, and I realize that the majority of students in Area C already permit to Bingham High School, but I feel unwilling to vote for a boundary change that boundaries students out of West Jordan without a comprehensive look at how to, comprehensive is the wrong word, but without looking at how to bring more students to West Jordan. So I plan on voting no also.
I would vote no if I thought that were the case, but we've had discussions with the remodel of West Jordan to address that, as far as potential ninth grade students being included at West Jordan High. So I'm okay with the enrollment issue that we're talking about, because we've talked about how we're going to address that.
But we haven't voted on that.
And I am
Don't know that that's going to
not
take
okay
place.
with the assumption of what moving ninth graders to West Jordan implies, with if that is the only thing that we are looking at as far as balancing enrollment and bringing more, like balancing enrollment as far as bringing more students to West Jordan High School. If that is the only option and that is the assumption that that is what is going to happen, I am still unwilling, because I expect more than just that option to be presented as a way to bring more, to increase the enrollment at West Jordan High School.
We could have taken this whole area and taken it to West Jordan just as easy. Again, it just is an inconsistency.
I didn't hear that. What did you say at the beginning?
It's just an inconsistency that we have. We're trying to bring in one proposal. We're trying to bring in underpopulated schools, but now we're taking from an underpopulated school and putting in an adequately populated school, and so.
And my purpose in both of these has been the same, unification. We have one small little corner of Elkridge's boundaries that goes to West Jordan High School. Everyone else in the school goes to Bingham. And when I can align feeders, I will definitely do so. That's one of my highest priorities. And so this is my desire to take that small little piece of Elkridge's boundaries that go to West Jordan and unify it.
But we can unify them and send them to our most underpopulated schools. So we could actually send them to where.
And send all of Elkridge to West Jordan High School.
West Jordan has to be.
I will never do that.
Well, then the saying that you're trying to move people to underpopulated areas is not.
I'm not. I'm trying to unify a feeder system.
Why wouldn't we unify them in an underpopulated school?
Because the majority of the school goes to Bingham. There's one small little exception to that. And I want to take that small little exception and move the whole school to a feeder, to one school.
And while feeder system alignment is a high priority for me as far as looking at boundary changes, I feel like a more global look at how to increase the enrollment at West Jordan High School, that I would prefer to see that before voting to remove students or change the boundary that would boundary student, put them in a different high school's boundary. I would prefer to see a plan, more than one plan to bolster the enrollment at West Jordan High School. Because I do feel like, I agree with Bryce that, and even with my last vote, I really prioritize feeder system alignment. This is my community, and I feel very strongly, I have a lot of strong feelings about removing students from this high school that already has the lowest enrollment in the district of all the other high schools.
By far, too. It's not even close.
Are we ready for a vote? All right, all in favor of the motion to approve Area C's boundaries as they have been stated, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, so that motion carries 5-2 with the opposing votes to Dr. Robinson and Ms. Dean. I'll accept another motion.
I move that we approve the remaining boundary changes that include areas 1 and 2 in the northwest area of the district.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Dean, a second by Ms. Wood. Was it Ms. Wood? Sorry, I didn't look up. That we approve the recommended boundary changes for areas 1 and 2 as recommended? Is that?
That yes.
Okay.
So the remaining part of the boundary changes minus the C.
Okay, thank you. So as they have been recommended, is there discussion to that motion?
As I previously stated, I feel strongly about increasing enrollment at West Jordan High School, and I feel like if we are looking at ways to balance enrollment in the northwest area of the district, I would like to include ways to balance areas in the northwest and northeast, like the north area of the district. So that's.
So can I point out that Area 2 is actually the high school kids, live across the street from Copper Hills. We're sending them to Bingham, but they live closer to West Jordan. So again, why are we sending them to Bingham if they could go to West Jordan if we really needed to move somebody who lives basically across the street from a high school? Yeah, this is another one I'm voting no on.
I'll just add a comment that this boundary change, after lots of consideration, does make me uncomfortable, and I will be voting no. I personally would like to make sure that we have boundaries that are close to schools, because this boundary cuts so close to Copper Hills High School. That makes me uncomfortable, and I would like to take a different approach with the schools in this northwest area. I know they are very large schools, but I have heard from multiple board members that they have had larger numbers in the past, but I will be keeping an eye on enrollment and making sure we're not bursting at the seams, but right now I need to vote no.
Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor of the motion to approve areas 1 and 2 as recommended, please say aye. Aye. And any opposed, say nay.
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 Okay, so that vote fails 6-1 with the opposing vote being mine, Nikki George. Okay. That is the end of this agenda item. So, sorry, just making notes really quickly. All right, let's go ahead and move on to agenda item 6C. C, the recommendation to adopt the annual comprehensive financial report. And let's see here. We will invite, sorry, shifting gears a lot.
I'll take it.
We'll invite Mr. Bryce Stemford.
There are those in the public that believe most government spending is wasted and that we waste a lot of dollars. And I would like to stand as a testimony that we spend a great deal of time looking at how even the smallest budget is spent. I've been on this board for 9 years and have served 3 times as the chairman of the Finance Committee. And I can testify that we take very seriously our responsibility to watch out for spending. One of the things I am most proud of is that we hire an independent auditor to take a look at our budget, our expenses, to see if they are in line with government and audit standards. And so I am pleased to invite Squire and Company, who is our hired consultant. They are independent of Jordan School District, and they act on behalf of government entities as well as normal standard auditing practices. They have spent a considerable amount of time auditing our schools. We have granted them full access to any information that they needed and that they have previously reported to the Finance Committee and are now here to present to the board and to the public what they have found about Jordan School District's expenditures for the fiscal year ending in the 2025. So Mr. Kyle Green is going to step to the podium on behalf of Squire and Company and explain their findings and why they can't completely finish the job because of the federal government shutdown, and he will explain all of that. And I am just grateful for Kyle. I've been working with him for many years now, and find him to be, his company is one of the best in the business, and I'm very pleased when they come back with a clean report for Jordan School District. So Kyle, if you'll take it away.
Wonderful, thank you. As mentioned, we performed 3 separate audits this year. So one on your financial statements, one on what's called the single audit or uniform guidance for federal compliance, and one on state compliance. As mentioned, I'll just touch it briefly. The federal compliance, we have not fully issued that report yet. The federal government issues what's called a compliance supplement, which allows us to audit the programs. That has not been issued yet. Typically gets issued in the summer and was not a priority of this federal government. The shutdown then further delayed that. And we are now, even though government is back open, that has not yet been a priority still to get that compliance supplement issued. So we are subject to their timeline. To my knowledge, the state has not made any announcements. And so at this time, November 30th is still the due date to submit both of those, but that's going to have to change, I believe, as that's not going to be readily available. So that federal compliance has not been issued yet, but we did test, just since I'm on that, we did test the special education cluster as a part of that test work. We have a draft of the compliance supplement. We do feel we will be able to issue a clean opinion. We just can't officially do so until we get that to make sure there's no additional steps that we need to perform and test at your district. But okay. From going back, our main task is on the financial statements. And so I believe you have a copy of that and you went over that earlier today. We've met with the audit committee earlier and had some really good discussion related to that. And so we have issued an unmodified opinion on those financial statements. So that can be referred to as a clean opinion, meaning the support that we got here at the district, as well as confirming with outside parties, USBE, the bank, a variety of others, and looking at the different invoices, we've been able to get enough support to say that those financial statements are presented fairly. And then On the state compliance, likewise, we've gone through and done the testing that we need to there. There's some of those programs are tested annually, some on a rotating basis that's determined by the state auditor. We've been able to test and perform those tests and be able to issue an unmodified opinion on the state compliance with no findings to report there as well. Okay. That's my report for you. If there's any questions, I'll happy to take them. But
I had a question.
Yeah.
Your work in providing this audit, is it accurate to say that primarily you look at expenditures, make sure they're tagged appropriately, and make sure that the stated expense was or the payee was real? I mean, I'm having a hard time saying it here. That an expense, as stated, went to pay for what it said it was paying for. Is that what you guys do primarily, or is there a lot more to it?
So there's a lot more to it. But yes, we do. When we test, we test a variety of transactions to make sure that those transactions occurred, that they were true, right? There's existence, and that they were valued properly based on an invoice and what was recorded in the system. We are testing controls as part of our single audit to make sure that there's approvals and proper policy was followed. And so there is a variety of things, but yes, some of that is testing of expenditures and making sure those are in and being coded correctly.
But they also hold us to many audit standards established by the audit industry, state, federal government. It's
For sure.
not just a matter of were the expenditures legitimate and appropriate. It's no, does Jordan School District follow these audit standards?
Yes, we have to follow or apply generally accepted accounting principles. Those are set up by the accounting standard boards, and we have to follow those, and you do too, and we just make sure that you are following those, and so that those financials are presented in accordance with those standards. Yep. Do know, just to make sure, maybe you're thinking this, maybe you're not, so maybe I'm diving deeper. But an audit, again, we do say it's in all material respects, right? So we are not able to spend the time to look at every transaction. That would cost way too much on your side. It would spend way too much of our time, and we consume too much of your time. So there is materiality levels, right, that we set, and we have to set, which we follow standards in doing so. But do know, as an audit, just to be clear, that does not mean looking at every transaction. But it is gaining enough support to feel comfortable that they are presented fairly.
Random sampling of transactions, and then you go through that process that you just described for each of those transactions.
Yep, and financial statement line items and different things. Yep.
Finance Committee, anything you wanted to add? Has you met with Squire previously?
I am confident in our accounting department and, well, the whole business department of the school district, and in our procurement methods. So thank you. And the report just adds to my confidence. So thank you.
I agree, and I asked a lot of questions. I felt very satisfied with the answers. And I think just one thing I do want the public to know is that Squire reports to the board, not to the administration or our financial people. They report directly to the board, and I find that that just boosts confidence and should for the public as well.
I love these financial documents. I scour them. You guys know how I feel about the projections. I feel just as strongly about the ACFR and the budget book. I just want to point out a couple pieces of information that you probably didn't know you have at your fingertips. On page 125, begins a list of very important information you may want to know that you have. What you're looking at on page 125 is attendance, membership, enrollment. So you can see exactly where we stood as a district and how our attendance looks. So that may be something you didn't know you had access to, but I want to draw your attention to the difference pre-COVID, post-COVID, and how we're getting back to where we were in terms of average daily attendance. The next page, page 126, is kind of a fun one with regards to history of high school graduates over the last 10 years. You have access to all of that. You can see exactly how Bingham, Copper Hills, any one of our high schools' graduate rate has risen or fallen. The next page, page 127, is kind of our teacher-to-student ratio. These are just fascinating information I just want to make sure you are aware of. Page 128 is teacher compensation data, especially if you look at the state averages. And then what you'll find on page 129 is a 10-year rollout for elementary schools, middle schools, high schools, specialty schools, and the buildings. You can see how many buildings we have. This is just phenomenal information that we have access to. And quite often, if you're ever wondering, well, what was that high school's graduation rate? There it is in our financial documents. And so I want to make sure that Squire did not produce the ACFR. The ACFR comes from our accounting team, and the brilliance behind it is the accounting team. Squire comes in and says, this is accurate information. You can rely on it. And so I want to pay tribute to Squire. I love that they come in and take a look at, they say to the world, this district is following proper financial procedures. Whether or not that budget should have that amount of money is the board's decision. But what they do with that budget, they can confirm it's being used appropriately. And then I just want to pay tribute. I know Dan's here and the finance team here. I can't even imagine the amount of work that goes into producing these documents. I love them. I read through every page, and I just want to say thank you to everyone who put time and effort into these documents that I will now spend months reviewing.
Sometimes you'll get an angry patron that will say, we ought to get the Jordan School District audited. And we can say that we do that every year. Is that fair?
And not only that, but we pass.
Yeah, we pass with flying.
We have a pattern of passing. Yeah. Or I don't know if that's the right term.
You're good. You're good.
We're in compliance.
Yes. Good work. Yeah, I echo that. Good work to our accounting team and our finance team.
Awesome. Thank you, board.
I move that we adopt the annual comprehensive financial report for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2025, as presented as presented to the board.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Dunford, second by Ms. Barrow, that we adopt the annual comprehensive financial report for fiscal year ended June 30th, 2025. Is there any additional discussion? Oh, thank you for the reminder. Is there anyone here who intended to speak to this agenda item? There were none signed up, but want to make sure. Okay. All right, additional discussion by the board? Okay, hearing none. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed, please say nay. That motion carries unanimously and with great thanks. We appreciate you. Thanks for being here.
Each of you were given a printed copy of the ACFR. There is a digital copy on board books under this agenda item if you'd like a digital copy.
So nice. Thank you. will entertain a motion for 6D.
I move that we approve the recommendation to approve proposed policy revisions to Administrative Policy A7, suggestions from employees, Board Policy G103, Board Members' Principles of Operation, Conduct and Ethics, and Board Appendix Guidelines for New Board Members' Orientation.
I second.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion by Ms. Barrow, a second by Ms. Dean to approve the proposed policy revisions to Administrative Policy A7. Is there any discussion? Mr. Larson, did you have anything? I'm sorry, I keep forgetting to go to the speaker first.
Well, it's A7 GP 103 and the appendix.
Yes, sorry. It was stated correctly. I just restated poorly. So the motion by Ms. Barrow, second by Ms. Dean, to approve proposed policy revisions to Administrative Policy A7, suggestions from employees, Board Policy G103, Board Members' Principles of Operation, Conduct and Ethics, and Board Appendix Guidelines for new board members. Thank you. Okay. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, all in favor of the motion? Oh, and public input, again. Anyone? Nobody has signed up, so I keep skipping over it. Anyone intending to speak on this that didn't get to sign up? Okay, thank you. All right, all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously. Looks like we have one bid.
On a motion, I move that we approve the bid for Information Systems Skyward Cumulative Student Management Suite.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. Wood, to approve Information Systems Skyward Cumulative Student Management Suites bid.
Does everyone understand that this was kind of an anomaly? We weren't able to go through the normal vetting process just because of the nature of this product. And so we kind of did all that we felt was right and appropriate to vet this, to make sure we were getting a good product, a good price. But this is not our normal process. Does everyone understand that? Are you comfortable with what we did? Do you feel like we did enough? That you can go ahead and, I just wanted to raise those questions because this is not, we just weren't in a position like we normally are to receive bids because of the situation we're in. So I just wanted to point that out and make sure if anyone had a concern about how this was handled, that you voice it and let us know.
I don't have a concern, but I'm wondering if anybody from Information Systems wants to say anything about this.
Mike Heaps, Director of Information Systems. That seems like a very wide open question. Do I have anything to say about this?
Oh, I wasn't trying to make you come up. You could have, like, next time just say, no.
Oh, no, and not have an opportunity to come up here? I got to. With this particular one, we are sticking with the same vendor that we currently have. They took advantage of rewriting their software using current technology. At the same time, they looked for opportunities to make the product better. So we didn't necessarily go out looking for competition to that more than we've had success with this vendor. We want to continue that success with this vendor. The things we did do is we did cost comparisons to make sure that they were still one of the more affordable solutions to us. Our licensing does migrate over, so that's cheaper than going out and buying a new system because all of that follows us. We always get the question, well, is there a better system out there? So we did take an opportunity to invite the vendor to come and do presentations to 3 of our stakeholder groups, including the schools and teachers and parents. They took a survey at the end of that. All of them were positive comments, and everybody seemed excited about the opportunity to move forward with the product. So we asked questions like, well, is there any reason why we wouldn't choose this product? Or, what is it you see in this product that will help you? And it was all positive feedback. So we're excited for this opportunity.
Thank you. And I really appreciate that you brought the 3 stakeholder groups together and demonstrated and surveyed. Thanks.
What's the maturity level of this new version? Has it been out for a while? How many other districts are using it? Has it been?
That's a good question.
have the bugs
It's been
been
out
worked out
there
yet?
for quite a while, so to call it new may not be the right word. There's hundreds of customers that have migrated to it. They've kind of rolled it out in phases according to the states so that they could get the state reporting piece in there. So Utah was one of the last states that they made the product available to. So it is a more mature product.
Was there review done on how student information is protected with this program?
Okay, so our current system is housed or hosted on premise. So we do not provide our data to the vendor to host. We host it ourselves. So as far as things like data privacy and security, I mean, that's on us in our data center. For this particular bid, we would be temporarily giving them our data to convert. We do have a signed data privacy agreement with them so that they can't turn around and use our data for any other purpose. Once we get done with the conversion, then again, the data is ours and it's housed here and run here in our data center.
Sounds like everyone's had a chance to ask their questions. Last call. Okay. All those in favor of the motion to approve the bid for Skyward Cumulative Student Management Suite, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Right, that motion carries unanimously. Thank you for being here tonight. Okay. We will now move into our superintendent's report. Dr. Godfrey.
All sports have come to a conclusion for Jordan School District, and we've had a lot of success along the way, and I appreciate all the work that parents and students and coaches and administrators and administrative assistants and other staff have volunteers. It takes a lot of effort, and it's an important enhancement to the school day, an extension of the school day, and so I appreciate everyone's work in making that such a success. It's kind of one of those things by which you mark time, and the fact that we're now moving into thanks to everyone making that work.
Right. Our next agenda item is one that we have been discussing recently, recommendations for topics for the next edition of the board newsletter bulletin board.
Committee reports?
Do you not want committee reports and board member comments? Have you heard enough from us?
This is just wishful thinking for a short meeting. I apologize. Committee reports and comments by board members.
Nothing from facilities today.
Heard from finance.
I'm going to jump in with JPAC. So we had our first meeting last Wednesday night at the JLC building, which was so much fun to house a meeting there with a bunch of parents. So we had an amazing turnout as opposed to the spring when I think maybe we had 5 parents show up. We had 37 parents on our sign-in list. We might have missed a few who signed up to come, but it was a wonderful crowd. I loved seeing so many parents from all over the district representing all of our schools, as many schools as could come. We had really great information presented to us by our Director of Student Services, Mr. Hamblin, and our District School Safety Coordinator, Mr. Alvarez. It ran a little long, but no one seemed to be too upset by that. There was lots of good discussion that was happening and questions being answered, and we did run out of time to get feedback on Parent Square, but we were able to give out an email address for those parents to send in their feedback for us to kind of filter through. So it was great. I can't wait to hold another one.
For the Government Relations Advisory Committee, this week we will be starting our first of 3 legislator breakfasts that we will host at the JLC as well. So we look forward to those, and I think that's all I have to say about that.
I'm going to give another plug for Christmas for Kids for the foundation. If you would like to donate time or money, you can go to the foundation website and sign up to Shop with Kids, or you can donate to...
I thought you said Shoplift Kids. And I thought, why in the world would I sign up to Shoplift Kids? I'm sorry, that just shook me a
They
little
double
bit.
the Christmas presents.
Yeah.
Now I realize what you did say, and I apologize, but man, that shook me.
Yeah, and I feel lucky I get to be on the STEM committee, which awards my 529 scholarships to 7th graders, and so if you want to donate to that, also feel free. So, and that's all I have. I did really appreciate the presentation by Squire at Finance Committee. It was interesting and very informative, and served to really increase my confidence in the operations of the school district.
I'll give a little update combination for JLC and USBA. So first of all, a reminder about that MBC training. This does give you an opportunity to take care of some of the legally required parts of your board work, as well as just helping our board to unify in vision. There is also JLC meeting coming up on December 11th. We have 3 confirmed legislators who will be attending. And I know that during the time when the meetings are held at the USBA meeting, it's a little tighter on space. So I just want to make sure that you all know that there is a Zoom option, and you are welcome to join there. So if anybody wants that, I'm happy to provide that for you.
What time?
And location?
If we want to go in person.
Yes, so right now the location is at our USBA meeting, and the time it will run from 10 to 1. So
it's at the USBA building? Okay.
Yeah. Okay, then we also have just an update on the USBA region meetings. So for the spring meeting, they want to try something a little bit different. So I wanted to give you plenty of time for a heads up. So because this is the meeting that is kind of the review of the legislative session, it's right after the session ends, they wanted to, rather than going all around the state and holding meetings by region, they're going to try a Zoom meeting. But they are asking boards to meet at a common location to watch the Zoom meeting online. We'll have assignments and feedback opportunities, and there will be a provided meal. So just something to keep in mind, or if you have questions, let me know. And then I know I've given you these numbers or these dates before, but as they're creeping closer and as the winter season gets busy, just a reminder that USBA Day on the Hill is January 30th. And as they kick off the session this year, they're going to do January 21st is a public education celebration. Their goal at that meeting is to fill the rotunda with positive support of public education. So keep those dates in mind, and if you have questions specifically, let me know. Okay, any other?
Did you mention the legislative breakfast on Thursday?
Suzanne did. I didn't, but well done. Okay, perfect. Now we can move to 9B, topics for bulletin board, our newsletter.
Midas Creek.
I think that maybe board process, possibly for boundary changes or board process in how we decide or how we decide to build something or approve a bid or like, I don't know. So just choose a process that, and I know some of these processes, we come in at the end, right? And we get to look at the research and the work that other people have done. But I think that is helpful even to understand the process before it comes to the board for different things. And then, I don't know.
On that, maybe just emphasizing what study session is versus our business meeting and how much discussion goes into study session, I think would be educational.
I didn't think I could come to study session before I was on the board. Like, that was taboo. Well, years before, when I got really involved, I did, but felt very uncomfortable my first sessions. I don't know if we formally have announced, we've agreed with as a board that we're not going to build new schools. So I get lots of rumors around, we're building a new high school, and we're shifting my neighborhood over to Harriman, which would never be the case anyways. So I think announcing that and that we're being fiscally conservative, holding off on construction while looking at boundary changes and include the Midas Creek one. And I think just a general where we are in building, because people are thinking that they're accustomed to us building a new school every year. And I think we got to send that out.
It would be a little uncomfortable for me to announce formally that we're not going to build new schools if we are also saying we don't place priority on balanced enrollments and in using the seats that we have available. So I would have to see that worded very carefully before I could be okay with it. I think our vote tonight showed that we're not necessarily determined that we're done building schools.
I think we voted on that though, didn't we, when we took our
I think
long-term
that
priority?
was that before we got new members on the board where we numbered our things about.
It was before.
Because this is different than the agenda item, but I think that could be helpful again. And then after we did something like that, we could talk about this board's forecast for like board action for the future. If that,
That
I
would be
don't.
very
And
interesting.
then maybe we can have a good discussion about the train elementary
Even that
too.
document, we had building on it, right? We talked about terrain. So I think it might be a good document to revisit before we make a formal announcement.
Yeah, I would love to. I think that could be helpful every couple of years, even to see where, because boards change and situations change, and I think it could help us have some clarity about what our goals are for the next couple of years. If we, I just found it helpful looking at it. It can be reassuring and also help spark the imagination. Anyway, about different things.
Facilities committee is working on a long-term plan, and maybe that would be appropriate time to bring it in and say, here's our vision, you know, and we haven't defined it yet. We're using that document we're talking about as a beginning place, so maybe we work on that a little bit and bring that in.
Yeah, and I think it could be helpful to even explain the process of how we got there and what it could possibly mean. I don't want to commit concretely to everything that is said there, but I feel like it could be helpful for some community members to understand the thought process of the board as a whole, because I think anyway, I don't know. And, I was also going to say, I think looking at something that the board does is we've just made a change to policy here. And I think looking back at changes we have made and find a policy change that the public might find interesting and talk about why it was changed and what it now means. I don't know. Is that interesting? I think it's kind of interesting, but I might be weird.
I know that communications is encouraging us to just pick a few topics because we can only fit so much on a page. I would like to try and keep them timely. One suggestion I'd like to put on there is maybe highlight one or two of our committees. We could do one at a time, like JPAC, explaining what that is and how we just had a meeting. Or we could highlight our government relations. Are you guys a committee? Is like a committee, and how I really would like our public to know that we try to reach out to our legislators and converse with them. So those are a couple of timely-ish ideas that I see that I would like.
I love both of those, like explaining the committees, and I feel like the JPAC one is very timely because there was just a meeting and, yeah, a little blurb about it, and it shows what work the board is doing. Yeah, and I like both of those suggestions a lot.
Selfie at the breakfast?
Yes.
Maybe they'll want to put it on there.
I don't know who else is going to the Monday breakfast, but I'll be there.
So, we have, I think, more content than one issue can contain, which is a great problem to have. We'll circle back, but can we prioritize these? I'll tell you what I heard. An update on the Midas Creek boundary change, a review of board processes, for example, boundary changes, other bid processes, the difference between a study session and a business meeting, or how we change policy. That could be a series. A formal announcement that we aren't going to build new schools was mentioned. And then highlight on committees, like going through one at a time, potentially JPAC or government relations to kick off. When would we like this issue to go?
Can I throw one more on there? Maybe the CAFNR, we had to probably explain what this is and give a link to it, maybe a couple of the highlights. Bryce gave some really good highlights that I think people would love to see. That even might be one of the more important ones to throw in there.
Also, I'm sure not intentionally, Lisa you skipped over hers on like policy updates, if we have any policy updates, just to kind of.
Was yours about policy process or updates?
I was thinking possible policy updates. Like today, we
That's my mistake.
voted on approved changes to a policy, and it's possible there are policies that stakeholders would find interesting. I don't think that this is a very pressing one, but I think that people could find it interesting because it is about board work and what we do.
So,
Is the board comfortable asking executive to select from this list, or do we want to debate it here?
Absolutely,
Timely.
100%. I am 100% confident in executive, making an executive decision.
okay, perfect. We will take those notes back and get the word out to communications. Okay, we do have one additional study session item we need to circle back to. So can take a motion to adjourn this meeting and go back into study session.
I move that we adjourn this meeting, the general business meeting, and go back into study session.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Dean, a second by Ms. Wood, that we adjourn the business meeting and then we will reassume our study session. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? All right, we are adjourned. welcome back to the Jordan School District Board of Education study session. It is still November 18th, 2025. We still have all board members present, as well as our superintendent, associate superintendent, business administrator, and board attorney. We are continuing our agenda with a continued discussion on field houses. We'll turn it to Dr. Godfrey.
Thank you very much. Mr. Larson has followed up on the board's request to secure a company to survey the public about their level of support for field houses. And he has some proposals, sample sizes, pricing, the structuring of the survey available for us to discuss tonight and make a plan going forward for seeking input on field houses. Mr. Larson.
So we did a solicitation for people to propose on this. Lighthouse had proposed. This is the cost structure that they have indicated for the number of surveys and the margin of error for them and estimated timeline. On the estimated timeline, they did indicate that they would work with us on timelines if there were needs to accelerate this. They have, of course, other projects happening with other clients that they're trying to manage as well. But in general, that's why we use the word, when I talked to them about this, we said estimated and about, because there's lots of squishiness here. But just to give you a general idea, there are different pricing models depending on how long the survey takes, because of course, if they're calling somebody, it's time is money and it costs more than to have a longer survey. So if we limit our survey timeline, how long it takes to take it, then the price would be less. And you can see the pricing for the number of surveys given. They do not recommend anything under 400 surveys done, and could go up to 1,200.
400 people called or 400 actually connected, and we finished the survey.
Finished surveys. Okay. But this is a mixed mode survey, so it's going to be, what's proposed here is both internet, someone filling it out online, as well as people that they've actually reached out to on the phone. So both. They find better success in doing that with both, and it also keeps the cost down. 1,200, you can go all the way up to 1,200 here. The cost goes up substantially with not as much of a reduction in the margin of error. However, it is more reliable, if you will, to have more respondents. So that's the survey component. As far as the focus group, I think, has everyone here observed a focus group? Maybe not. No? Okay, so the focus group is usually done after the survey, where there are things that we want to dive in deeper with responses given, like, oh, that surprises us. Why do people feel that way? Or I wonder what would change somebody's mind. And so we want to have a conversation with a small group of 7 to 10 people, where they have a moderator that comes in and will ask questions of them and make sure everybody's participating and responding and providing feedback. And they try to dig deep into why people feel the way they do, whereas a survey generally is just how they feel. They did indicate that we can decide whether to do a focus group after the survey results. We don't have to lock that in now. They did indicate as well that they would recommend 2 to 3 groups per segment of the population that we grouped. So we could group survey results by, are you a parent or a non-parent? Are you a business owner, non-business? And I just made these up here, but just trying to give you ideas of who we might want to segment into different focus groups. So let's just take the parent, non-parent. So they could have a focus group with just parents and then dive in on their responses, and then another focus group with non-parents so that they have similar groupings. If we didn't want to do that, that's fine. But if we did group, they would say 2 to 3 groups per segment is their recommendation. You don't want to just rely on one focus group representing parents. They would say, please have two, at least two, maybe three, if you're going to divide that out that way, and then 2 or 3 non-parent groups. So you can see the pricing of the groups there. Lighthouse does recommend breaking this into 2 different phases. The first phase would be an original survey going out with a focus group following that to gauge public sentiment. It's the baseline to help us understand how people are feeling. Then doing a second survey regarding what we learned and a second series of focus groups. They said that's quite successful if you're trying to refine your message and figure out how to approach people. So that's my summary. I did include, and I know this, maybe it was a little weird for me to include the entire detail thing that they gave, all their background, but I thought that might be of interest to all of you. And when I was talking to them over the phone, they kept referencing that. And so I thought, well, let's provide that to the board. So what I'm seeking tonight is direction on where you want to go from here.
I was curious. So the initial survey, is that phone or email?
Yeah, phone or internet. Yeah, email. They'll send it out. So what they'll do is take contacts that they have, email it out, and then follow up by mail anyone that didn't fill it out. Try to get those contacts to respond, and if they can't, then they'll maybe gather some more to round it out. But it's much faster, obviously, and better responsive. People will do the internet survey on their own.
John, my understanding is that the purpose of the survey is for us to determine whether or not we want to go through a bond campaign, right? So spend a little bit of money up front to see if it makes sense to go to a bond campaign, which is expensive and tedious. And if the results come back and 10% of the respondents are interested in field houses, that's kind of an idea to us. It's probably not going to be wise to spend all this time and effort to go to bond. Is that the purpose of this survey?
As I understood the board's intent, yes.
And I would ask, if we get a survey and it's 10%, why do a focus group? Is there a benefit to us in doing a focus group if a survey is pretty clear?
I think it would depend on what questions we're asking in the survey and whether or not we want clarification on, well, why don't you want this? What else would you like to see us doing then?
Or if it comes up again in 5 years, we have a frame of reference?
So I wonder if we should pause, though. I flowed this out on social media, and I know that's not a good gauge to find out, but I was shocked with some of the big players in our communities, like football and that, who are against this. And so I'm wondering if the people who this will benefit is even for this. Because if they're not for it, we'll never pass it. So I'm wondering if we could do our own survey among, I don't know how you do that, but can we do our own survey and find out, like, is our people who are going to use this facility interested in this facility?
You've heard from sports people who say they don't want?
Yeah, and there are big names in the sporting in my community that I'm shocked that they would not be in favor of this, because this,
Like high school
they
sports?
don't think taxes should be
Are they high school sports?
high school sports, yes. And so, and that might be, obviously that's not a reliable place, but I was a bit shocked that big players that would really benefit with this was opposed to it. And it gave me a mind shift thinking, are we chasing something that they don't want? I mean, I don't know if they understand the ramifications of it, but if we can't get their support, then this ought to die right now.
And
I don't know.
And as a bond would be a public vote for,
Yes.
then I feel like it's important to survey other stakeholders besides people who are just involved in this school. And I don't know if there's a way to target people who, like the 80% voters, people who vote in 80% of the elections, or
That's a lighthouse.
do you know what I mean? So, because I feel like if we're, I don't know if it's as important to target, or target sounds wrong, but, or inquire of people who really are not going to vote at all.
That's Lighthouse focuses on likely voters for these type of things. When we're looking at a bond, that's strict their pool from.
Okay. Excellent. And I did not read all 14 pages of their stuff, but I did notice that they did not put Jordan as a reference. Anybody
Well,
from
they-
Jordan School
Probably because
District?
they were making
Yeah.
it for us.
I know.
For ours,
I know.
yeah.
You refer us to us.
I mean, I don't know. I just was a little caught off with that and thought, oh, I wonder if we're taking a step before we actually look at the users. Because if our users don't want it, then and I hope I'm wrong. I think I'm even wrong, but I was shocked at some people who are not going to give us support, and you know they're saying it's not facilities that we need. We need to change transfer rules, which we can't do, right? And open boundary, open choices to go to whatever school you want. So if they can't see a need for this, I don't want to even pursue asking the voters if they're interested. So I don't know if there's a way to capture the likely users on our own.
So the people that I've talked to and that have talked to me, I have found that the students that I have talked to about this are in favor. The teachers and coaches and administrators that I've talked to about this are in favor about this. When I reached out to some elected representatives, like in city government, they had some misgivings about it, but they were not super strongly against it. They wanted to see maybe more information about it. So Daryl, while you have had the experience of people coming out and saying they're against it, I had a different experience. The people that I talked to were for it, mostly, for the most part. But
That's the assumption I would have made too, but then all of a sudden I'm hearing negative things from people I thought for sure would benefit from this, and I'm like, maybe, I hope I'm wrong, because if I'm not wrong, we're wasting a lot of time.
yeah, and I'm sure that there are many different opinions
Oh, for sure.
throughout the school district.
I'm curious. Oh, go ahead.
For me, it's worth $42,000. I would probably choose the 6 to 8 minute surveys at 900 and not do a focus group. So for $42,000, I either know there's strong support or I have a document I can hold up to say, this is why we're not pursuing it. I would worry if we did our own survey that that's not bulletproof. This is bulletproof. This is an independent group pulling together a whole lot of people with a small margin of error to say there is not support for this. Okay, well, I'm done. I'm done, and I hold up that Lighthouse survey and say this is why I'm not pursuing it anymore. That's what I need. I need someone reputable to say this is worth pursuing or this is not worth pursuing, and I need someone to do it in such a way that no one's going to question the report. If we do our own survey, I think there's going to be a whole lot of people that said, you've tainted the results because you just heard what you wanted to hear, and that's not defensible. So for me, it's worth $42,000, $43 basically, to do option 3 of the 6 to 8 minute surveys. To me, that's money well spent to have a document I can point to one way or another to say this is why I'm pursuing it and this is why I'm not pursuing it.
Go ahead.
I'm curious if board members have in their mind this percentage need to be for it for me to say it's worth it? Or are you saying that they'll tell us? Because I'm thinking for me, I would want 65, 70% to say yes, and then maybe some percentage of those will actually vote, right? So I've got a higher threshold than, well, maybe it needs to be higher than that, like 75%. But I'm just curious what the board members are thinking about. What gives you the green light?
And I feel like I'm okay with a lower threshold because I feel like with this initial one would tell us, hey, do we proceed? And then I would be in favor of going out for another survey where we find out from people, okay, what are, like, what would make you want to do this or what wouldn't? Because I feel like some of those people, there are probably, 10 to 20% that are on the fence. Do you know what I mean? And so if we could figure out, well, how do we market this to bring more people on board?
Because these are uneducated voters that have no idea. They're just going to say, hey, you want to field house and pay more taxes? I mean,
I'm not gonna
They
phrase
could
it like
potentially
that.
but that's what they're
maybe
going to
some
think.
who are
is-
not
you know
sure.
what I mean?
And if there are
And so,
people
but
who
after
are
they
likely to
know,
vote,
gonna
usually
go
people
higher.
who are likely to vote are
educated.
informed. Like they look into, people who are likely to vote, who vote in most elections, generally do some type of research and understand something about bonds and elections and
Well,
stuff.
when we've done a bond in the past, we do pretty good education on it too, and just letting people know what's the purpose of it. So I don't think I need 70 or 75, but I do need to know that it has a chance of passing. I'd even be at 40 or 50, then it's worth it, because all we're asking is, can we put this on the ballot? If we put this on the ballot, does it have a chance to pass? And in some ways, I want what Bryce has, the 42,000. No, we're not interested. But in some ways, I would love the voters just to say, no, we're not interested. But there's some risk of it putting it on the ballot and having it fail miserably. But
So I'm
anyways.
really uncomfortable with bonding being the only approach to this. And it's quite important to me that if we survey, we say, would you want a filled house if it raised your taxes? Would you want a filled house if it didn't raise your taxes? Or would you not want it at all? I still need to be won over on this.
And likewise, I have a hard time with the price tag for the maintenance part. I feel like I would rather put that into classrooms. No,
You'll get the
what
maintenance
I'm
back in
talking
rental.
about is I've talked about my issues with that. I'm not against the filled houses, but I feel like board members have brought up other ways to spend ongoing funds, and it's hard for me to put a priority on filled house maintenance. But I do want to say also that if the community, if the results we get say that the community is in favor of bonding for this, I am all in, and I feel like we should do all we can to try to get the bond to pass, obviously, if that's the direction that we're going to go.
Go ahead.
You can go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just saying, are we set to have one at every school, or are we still open to have like one or two district facilities? Because that's different. And
In the biggest schools first, then.
well, I don't know if it has to be attached to a school.
There you go. There was a reason we
no
kept.
sour
There
grapes
was a
coming out of
reason
my
Copper
mouth.
Hill stayed big.
Anyways,
So one of
Oh, was he?
Okay, nobody after this. Anthony is after John.
if this goes to bond, we're limited on what we can do for a bond. It's information, we're supposed to provide information.
We can't ask people to vote.
Others,
I mean, the district can't, but as board members, we can talk to people and hope that they.
yes.
Yeah. But then as the district cannot act as a political
Yeah, we can't
body.
expend public money
Yeah.
to try to
But the
persuade
foundation
somebody
could,
one way
right?
or the other.
Foundation could, right?
Private citizens can, yes.
I'm just speaking to your earlier question about why would we have a focus group if you have definitive survey results. First of all, I think survey results are something we would want to ask Lighthouse to explain for us, because it might be 50%, but it might be 50% of the people we spoke to, and we spoke to 6 different representative groups, but 2 of those groups tend to vote in greater numbers than the other groups do. So you'd have to say, so you have to extrapolate that and extend it and say, okay, based on these groups and their reaction, what would you anticipate the general response would be if it were put out to a vote? The other, but if we decide, if the board decides to move forward and you decide to have focus groups, you learn a lot from focus groups about misconceptions, what information people would need. Mr. Larson is correct, you can't try to persuade, but you can certainly inform more effectively if you understand what people misunderstand or what they value or what they wonder about. Because as we've talked about, people will understandably make assumptions about what's happening. And we have learned a lot from the focus groups to say, oh, people think that this is actually money that would go to salaries. Okay, it's not money that would go to salaries, so let's clarify that when we are explaining ourselves. Again, not even to persuade, but just to make sure that people are voting on what they think they're voting on. So the focus group has value in that way.
I did want to clear up a piece on the focus group discussion. It talks about number of groups. And so, like, if we wanted 3 groups, that's probably just like one area, right? Like just 3 groups of parents. But if we wanted to do more, then maybe we should do 6, and then there would be 3 groups of parents and 3 groups of something else, like kind of like that, or 2, 2, and 2.
Yeah, that's their recommendation.
Okay.
But if you didn't split them up into groups, they would say do a minimum of 3 focus groups. Does that help? If you didn't segment the groupings, then they're saying, okay, then you would probably want to do 3 so that you get a broader discussion. You don't have you don't have a group like this and you have one person that's dominating the entire conversation and kind of tainting others' ability. Now the moderator, this group does a fantastic job of that. I've been very impressed with their moderator of shutting that down and involving everybody. But you just never know the dynamic of one group next to the next. And so they recommend at least having a few so that you're not relying just on one group of 7 people or 10 people that are hearing this for the first time.
But we wouldn't necessarily have to segment parents and non-parents.
You don't
We could
have to.
just clump them all together. As long as we have 3 focus groups of a variety, then
Right.
okay, at the minimum.
And they're pretty good at this about, I mean, they get the idea, and so they're going to structure questions and things to try to figure out. Now, like Dr. Godfrey was mentioning, how likely are you to vote would probably be one of the questions. And they'll ask other questions so that they can dive
You have a
deeper.
child that would benefit from this.
Yeah, and then that way statistically they can gather the data and say, okay, well, it appears that people without children are more likely to or not likely to, however, and so let's dig deeper into those situations. What does that, why do you feel that way?
Would we get a chance to see the questions before they send out the survey to make sure that it's getting to what we want?
They would come and meet with us.
Oh, they
usually.
would.
Isn't that their procedure? They meet with us and ask what questions to ask?
I think
Is that
we've done
what
it over email in the past, just back and forth. Here's a draft.
All I know is
Okay.
that
One
we
time.
had an opportunity with
For
the cell
input.
phone to
Okay.
say, here's what I would specifically like to ask.
My recollection was that was a little more informal, but and certainly at the end, they can do a formal presentation to the board about what they found. But yes, we can have some draft questions and then get input from the board on those.
And I'm trying to remember the number of surveys that we talked about would be a good number before. Do you remember what your recommendation was as a minimum?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Or
I'm-
historically what
I'm
we had done, maybe
qualified
it
to
wasn't a recommendation.
So what we did on the cell phone one was 900,
Okay.
300 from each group that we segmented of students, parents, and staff.
So there's history for the 900. Is that where you got it from?
That's where I got it from.
Okay.
And I'm just calculating dollars. How much does it cost us to drop that margin of error? I figured the best cost per benefit was the 900.
I would just like to add that from what I'm hearing from my area is that they would love more facilities, but right now they feel, and I'm speaking of Bingham, that they are at a disadvantage because they're a smaller footprint. They don't have as much. So they would like to be brought up, to the level as our newer high schools have been built and have some more facilities. But of course, there's a barrier there because they are on a smaller footprint. But that was something that they brought up, that they felt that it would be unfair, oh, well, they have a bigger school and they're getting a field house. And so that's just some of the things I've been hearing. And also just from other public comments we've had of making sure that facilities we do have are up to par, like our Riverton wrestling room and things like that. So
They did have turf like 10 years before anyone else did. So.
Bingham.
Yeah. I mean, it
was a donation.
Yeah. I hear from even Harriman that Mountain Ridge has more than they have. And, I think that's a natural thing. And I think they're right, too, because it is a smaller footprint. But I always tell my kids that fair is not always equal. And I just want to be fair to every school. And we're not always fair with Bingham. I think we could do some things, but we're never going to be equal.
So I move that we move forward with a 6 to 8 minute survey at the 900 level.
I'll second.
Motion by Mr. Dunford, second by Ms. Wood. I need to look up. You two
Got it.
sound alike when I look away.
Ms. Wood seconds that
Thank
motion.
you. I just need to look up. I apologize. That we move forward with the Lighthouse survey of 900 participants. Any discussion?
It would be my intention to move forward with a focus group depending on what the survey says.
Do the prices change if we don't do it all at once?
No, I did ask that question. They said it's independent. You're welcome to make the decision after this.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. All right, we have reached the end of our study session. We do have a few closed session items. So I will take a motion to adjourn this meeting and move into closed session.
I move that we adjourn and go into closed session for character and competence of individuals, property, potential litigation, negotiations, and security.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Wood, second by Ms. Barrow to adjourn this meeting and go into closed session. And we'll do a roll call vote. Mr. Barnett.
Yes.
Mr. Denford.
Yes.
Ms. Barrow.
Yes.
Dr. Robinson.
Yes.
Ms. Wood.
Yes.
And Ms. Dean.
Yes.
And I am also a yes. So we stand adjourned and we'll move into closed.
I think the cap.